Hello. Welcome to the third to last game of the stream, if I recall correctly, right? Yes, third to last, because then there's the 4 to 8 block, then the 8 to 12 block. My name is Quinn. I am definitely not former Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden. And I will be running the game for you today. Very briefly, if you're unaware what Mausritter is, it's basically Redwall. It's basically Redwall, but a little less Catholic. So, we'll start from the top. Introduce yourselves a little bit. Introduce your character, and then we'll hop in. How's that sound?
Yeah. I'm Cindy. I'm also not former Vice President of the United States of America, Joe Biden. And today I will be playing Brienne Bone Puncher, I think. Do we want to... Should I explain everything now, or do we just want to go over the other
Just go
perks
like
and then
a
get back?
just go like a little bit.
Okay.
Like the major highlights, if you have
Yeah,
anything you want to
Brienne
say.
is a troubadour, has a bone xylophone. I think that's the major parts.
Love to have a bone xylophone.
Alrighty, I think that brings that to me.
Mhm.
Hi, I'm Alex. I go around the internet calling myself Cinnamon. You're gonna sense a bit of a theme here. I am also not former Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden. I'm gonna be playing Eldy Brow. I'm a little leather worker mouse, come from a faraway village, looking for my brother. He's been gone a few years. I'd like to see him again.
That would be cool.
Right. I'm Clay. I'll be playing Dippo Jobson, a Jelboa mouse that is looking for adventure with a dubious treasure map.
I love dubious treasure maps. They're my favorite kind of treasure map, frankly.
Yeah. I am Andrea, or however else you might want to pronounce it. I am going to be playing a Vago Vengeance, who's not quite a mouse. They're a little thingy, which is also known as an elephant shrew. They're the little adorable guys that run real fast and have the big snoots. Oh yeah, I'm also not Joe Biden, former Vice President of the United States. Just want to also make that clear if there's any confusion. What's the Vago Vengeance's deal? They're just a little guy. They had some trouble trying to get work in the past. They were doing scrap jobs, and then their whole crew died because mice are fragile, tiny little animals that are not very safe. And so now they're looking for a new job, trying to get back out there, and they want money.
It's good that you brought up mice not being very safe, because the Mausritter has a bunch of creature stat blocks, like example creature stat blocks. And every creature comes with a motivation. And it's stuff like wants to protect the hollowed places from those who would do them harm, wants to wander and devour. And for mice, their motivation is wants to feel safe. That's it. That's the motivation. And I think I can get behind that.
Mm.
How extremely wholesome.
It's incredibly wholesome. Please ignore how many creatures are going to die, potentially.
No animals were harmed in the making of this stream.
No real life animals were harmed in the making of the stream. However, many fake mental animals might get hurt. We won't go into too much detail, so don't worry about it. What else was I going to say? Right. Clay, I'm very suspicious of you. You didn't say that you were not former Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Can I confirm, as a born Dane, that I may or may not be former Vice President Joe Biden?
I am going to have to dock you 3 HP for that. No, I am joking. We're not.
That is a sacrifice I'm willing to take.
We're not doing that. What we are doing is getting started. So I think the scene opens in front of this massive pile of scrap metal and machinery that the residents have dubbed Spontaneous Dilemma for how it seems to suddenly rise from the earth in this large clearing. At its base is the adventure camp turned town turned trade hub called One Backward Step. So named because of how many people chicken out of the adventuring lifestyle once they reach the town and realize, oh, actually, this is a lot bigger and more terrifying than I thought it was. Hopefully the 4 of you are not those kind of people. The town is primarily its economy is primarily dealing in scrap and adventuring supplies. You've already bought all of your supplies. You each all have your rations, your torches, a weapon. A couple of you have like tents, and one of you was very sensible and got coffee, which smart.
Absolutely need it.
Absolutely need the coffee. When have you all like met each other before? Have you run through this place once before together, or is this your first time meeting each other?
Well, the others, can know each other if they'd like. I think it makes a lot of sense for this to be LD's first time.
Mhm.
I think Dibbo has traveled far to go through this place. So hasn't been through it before. He may know some of the other people, but certainly hasn't been through the place before.
And we know Ivango's been through this before because their last party exploded. a little.
Yeah, yeah.
Fun.
This ain't my first rodeo, but it is my first rodeo having a slice more responsibility than I had last time.
And how about Brienne? Has Brienne done this before?
No, not really. I mean, she's a troubadour normally. This is not normally her stuff. She just like travels around, going from place to place, So
This seems like a good way to earn an extra bit of coin. Probably
yeah,
get a new
times
song
are
out of it.
desperate, Like
Yeah, times are tough. You might get a new song out of it. Might get a new story. That'd be good.
yeah.
So yeah, since this is the first time you have all met each other, I figure the way this looks is that you've all kind of gathered for the first time near one of the entrances to Spontaneous Dilemma. When you each arrive, what is the first thing you notice about each other? Or more, I think a better question is going to be what is the first thing the others notice about you?
Well, go ahead.
I think the first thing you will notice about Brienne is that there is a bone xylophone strapped to her like upper arm.
Do they recognize what the bones are?
Sorry?
Can they are the bones like recognizably from a certain creature? Or?
Yeah, they do. Well, you can't really tell. You might not be able to tell which creature exactly, but it is about the same size as a mouse would be. You can tell. So, also, Bian has a lumpy face because she has the tiny pox. Has had the tiny pox,
It's like smallpox, but tinier.
Yeah.
Who's next? What is the first thing
Well,
you're
LD has got what it so on the character sheet you get to like pick like a little like a character like visual trait. Mine is luminous eyes, which I imagine LD just exists in a perpetual state of the like Puss in Boots like cute look. Um and currently those eyes are upturned on Spontaneous Dilemma. And LD is currently fighting the backward step urge and just going, oh gosh, oh golly gee, oh wow.
And to sort of impress upon chat and everybody else the scale of this thing, this is like looking up Mount Everest for a human. Like this is big, and you can go inside of it.
Okay.
So that is a totally reasonable reaction.
Okay, well, Deepo is sort of standing, leaning on his hook arm, um, looking up at the spontaneous dilemma as well, but looking like he could probably handle this. You know, he's quick on his feet. He's wearing khaki, sensible clothing, a big floppy hat, and yeah, I think what people would notice first, or mice would notice first, would be his big, strong hind legs, which are sort of elongated like a kangaroo.
Jerboas are my favorite kind of mouse because they're such ridiculous creatures.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Somewhat
this.
ridiculous creatures, I suppose.
They are such ridiculous little mice. I love them.
Yes.
And finally, what do people notice about Avago first? Who the
Yeah,
party leader and the only one who has done this before,
I'm the party
Yep.
leader. Oh God. Uh-oh.
based on experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think Avago is like already digging into this big mound of scrap, you know? I think I've got my sword out and I'm shuffling through little bits of scrap, trying to find anything worthwhile, putting it away in my satchel. I think the thing that people notice about me though is besides the fact that I got a long snoot, and that's not normal for a mouse to have, aside from that, I think people find more noticeable that there's this big patchy quilt with lots of different bright colors on it, and I'm wearing it draped over my shoulders like a shawl. I look a little cold even though I'm wearing this. I'm shivering a little bit.
I have a question for you. Would you actually like a small pile of scrap in your inventory?
You know what? Sure. I'll take a small pile of scrap in my inventory.
Here, let me figure out. Let me remind myself how to do that. I don't feel like it. So yeah, pile of scrap has two uses.
Hell yeah.
Pile of scrap. Two. Your flask of coffee is going to have three uses because unless otherwise specified, everything has three uses.
Nice.
So it's just like you're not going to find anything valuable. The outside of this has been either picked clean or weathered away completely to just rust. But it's a small pile of metal scrap, some sharp bits, some small bits for throwing. It'd probably make a lot of noise if you threw it. You might be able to use it in a sling, probably not very effectively, but we have a small pile of debris that you can use for things.
Awesome. Nice. I love debris.
I love debris.
I love stuff.
Your guide shows up last and shows up a little bit late and a little bit drunk. they smell like moonshine. Not good moonshine, they just smell like moonshine. And are this like larger, they're not a mouse, they're a rat. They're this larger rat who speaks in like somewhat accented mouse-ish. And for smelling so strongly of liquor, speaks surprisingly lucidly. Just kind of shifts their pack, looks down at all of you, being at least twice your height, and sighs, clearly not thinking very much of you, and just starts walking into a spontaneous dilemma through a little hole in the scrap that is that when you look away from it is very hard to find again.
Did we
Just
get
takes
fired
off.
by our own guide?
They don't think much of you, but you hired them to be your guide. They're leading you through.
I'll immediately run up to get step to step with the guide, and then sort of hold out a hand and say, "Well, hello, I'm DP Jepson. Nice to meet you."
First off, that is the funniest Australian accent I've ever heard. Thank you for this gift. Second, they just kind of turn to you, growl a little bit, and go, "Oh, look, this is your first time, right?
Got that right, mate?
I'll learn your names when you come back alive. How's that sound?"
Well, I'm planning on it.
Great. Make sure it happens.
Well, it's sort of what we hire you for.
Oh, no. You have fundamentally misunderstood our business relationship. And they kind of stop. They haven't lit their torch yet. There is still a little bit of sunlight at this point. And they say, "I am taking you to the entrance to one of the unexplored areas. Beyond that, I don't get paid enough. That's all up to you. I will wait at the entrance for," and he checks a sundial on their wrist, like for dramatic effect. Obviously, it doesn't work. I'll wait for a couple hours. And if you're not back, you're finding your way home yourself. Or I'm gonna assume you're dead.
All right. Well, that's tip top then. And I look back at the others and give a thumbs up. Great guide, this.
The optimism is amazing. The guy just kind of rolls their eyes and like gestures for the rest of you to keep following him.
All right, yeah, let's do that.
The
I
trek
think
in.
I asked my guide, how long have you been doing this for?
Thanks for a few minutes. 5 years at this point, I want to say.
How many do make it back alive?
Shrugs. 25, 30%. A few more make it back injured.
I nod to the others and say, hey, that's pretty good odds.
Those
Yeah,
sound like
let's say.
terrible odds.
No. Oh, he's fine.
It's a dangerous business, and people keep coming in unprepared. You at least
Not
have
us.
weapons. What was that?
We got weapons. We're prepared. We're plenty prepared. Definitely.
When you say that you're prepared, they snort derisively. You got weapons, so you're not the worst group I've seen.
So, okay. Well, let's look at this from the other, the reverse side of this. I guess what does, while we're walking along, since we've got a little bit of time anyway, what does a, fully prepared, well-equipped group that does live look like?
This seems to throw them for a second. They're not used to people asking that question. They just kind of think and go, "Oh, one group that brought their own coffin."
All
Okay.
right, this guy is a kidder.
He starts laughing with you. Um,
Not really.
but he starts laughing with you, and does
Yeah.
not confirm nor deny. But says, no, most of the best ones bring torches, weapons, food for a few days,
Right.
mapping tools, things like that. Most of them also have training from some sort of military campaign or stint in the guard or whatnot. Any of you got that? Looking
Right,
over
well.
the troubadour, leatherworker, street gangster, and vagabond.
I think Brienne just says, I've been in a lot of fights.
Yeah. And between us, I'm sure we filled it out. Right?
Yep.
Looking at your strength stats, I don't think he's convinced.
What do you mean we all have terrible strength?
What do you mean we all have less than 10 strength?
It's my best stat.
That's not better.
I gotta have pride in something.
True.
Look, Brienne has been in a lot of fights. That's why her HP is so high. Didn't say she won them.
I can't rag on my players too much. Stats in this game are in fact rolled randomly. But 9 as your highest stat is the point where you start getting extra benefits to outweigh the low stats. So I don't feel great about it. But yeah, I assume that kind of like sets the pace of the conversation for the next probably half a day.
Oh,
Just sort of
okay.
very, very nervous chatter. And your guide kind of like, your guide thinks he's lightly ribbing you. Like from their perspective, I don't know.
But he's mercilessly ripping us instead, or
Yeah.
okay. That's good.
Like from his perspective, either like he lightly ribs you, you decide to turn around and you don't die, or you go in and you have a pretty solid chance of not coming up. He's doing you a kindness.
So this half a day of walk through the ruins, are we going upwards into this thing?
Yes, it's always an upward motion.
Mm-hmm.
Additionally, as you keep going through, the rust that characterizes, like the rust and decay that characterizes the outside, starts to give way to dust over polished metal. Starts to give way to pieces of machinery that are broken but not decayed quite yet. And all around you start hearing like this low rumble coming from further in that's slowly getting louder and louder as you keep going through. It never gets loud enough that it becomes like an issue to talk around. Like if you have to whisper to each other, it might become an issue, but it never gets like super loud. But in
So
the distance, you can hear like the rumble of machinery.
the path we're walking through, is there moving machinery here that we're sort of
No.
traversing, or is that what we're hearing from deeper within the tower?
Yeah, that's coming from deeper within.
Okay.
Your guide is, if you ask your guide about it, he will, and you also know this a little bit from like doing research in One Backward Step.
Okay.
Is the guide specifically take you through areas that other adventurers have already like cleared out or marked as safe. So you see a lot of these like side passageways that he sort of admonishes you not to go down. But it's quiet, it's motionless, and you don't run into any creatures. It just takes time. And it's probably a little bit tiring just because it's a long walk.
Yeah, but we're probably pacing ourselves enough so that we're not, you know, destroyed when we actually do the dungeon crawl.
Yeah, of course.
But it's unfamiliar terrain to most of us.
Chiovago, you've never been this way, which is not a surprise. This place is huge. There are a lot of different areas, and it's shockingly difficult without a guide to like find the same place twice. And people do actually pay a lot for maps of this place. It's not in anybody's like inventory, but I assume that at least one of you has like a map and some charcoal to write on.
Yes. I certainly have my dubious map, but I also will have. I'll be tracing a map as well. Not as a designated something from the group, but that's something my character would be interested in.
Yeah, and you know, being an adventuring party that has done a meager amount of homework, I am giving you this as the diegetic way of like why we're going to be drawing a map on this Roll20.
Mm-hmm.
Do you study? Are you studying that map during the walk?
My dubious map?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, I don't know. Like, treasure maps can come in many forms. They can come in, text that rhymes and little symbols. They can be extremely abstract, or they can be extremely literal. So, whatever dubious map is, I think I am looking out for clues. If it's, the twisted iron gate that looks like the jowl of a tiger or something like that, then I'm looking out for stuff like that.
I like to imagine that this is like. Sorry, I got slightly distracted. Did you say for certain what was going on with this map?
I don't know anything about it. I've left that in your control, but I can certainly make up if you want me to.
I do like the idea that this is like a map mostly of like symbology and abstractness.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it very dubious as well. Like you have to interpret a lot.
And while it doesn't nothing like immediately jumps out at you about this area being like it's it's a map to a slightly different place. You are able to sort of like get some advice from the guide about like where exactly you want to be. And that's probably like where the guide is leading you. Like the guide is leading you to like his best guess of where this map might lead you to.
Okay. I was considering keeping it hidden from the guide for two reasons. One, I didn't want their criticism of the map. And then secondly, I don't know if the map is really good. And so then the guide could be, much more qualified to get the treasure at the end of it than I and the party would be.
Then you don't have to have shown the guy. It could be your best guess to where this might be.
Yeah, I think I would be extremely cagey, asking very cagey questions about,
Mhm.
where could one find something that looked like this in here? Like if they ask, that's a weird question. Although they don't seem like the person who asks follow-up questions.
No,
Then I'll be extremely cagey.
not particularly.
Hmm.
He doesn't seem terribly interested.
No, I figured.
I think at some point, like, he realizes you're trying to hide something, and he's just like, "Look, I get paid plenty. I'm a guide, not an adventurer. The fuck if I'm going to do that shit. That's your job."
Right. If you were to give me your best guess where you would see something like this, where'd that be exactly?
So I think that is the other half of the
Hypothetically.
walk. That is
Yeah.
the other half of the
Yes.
walk. Half of the walk is like the guy gently ripping you, and the other half is Dippo very badly
Yeah.
hiding that you have a treasure map.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
And the
Being
entire time the
fucking
guy's just
annoying.
like, yeah, the entire time the guy's just like, oh god. Okay.
Got the worst group. Yeah.
When you get there, it is a when the guide finally like stops for good, as opposed to just for a short break. It is a small hatch in the wall, currently closed, but it's it's one of those like airlocks that you see on ships with the spinning wheel. And the guy like puts his hand on the wheel and says, "All right, this is where I leave you. Beyond this is some sort of ferret camp, I think. You're going to want to start at the bottom of the map, I will say. You're starting the bottom left corner of the map. Beyond this is some sort of ferret camp.
Okay.
Friendly ferrets?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I started drawing, but by all means, anyone can do it. I'm not claiming anything.
They have their own ways. Just don't try not to cause them too much trouble. They're good trading partners. But there's been a lot of other stuff that they've been complaining about some issues in their areas. So maybe see if you can help them out with that while you're here. Scope it out. Do whatever the hell you adventurers do. You got 3 hours. Come back or don't. I get paid the same either way. Got that?
Well, that is encouraging. Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least it sounds like these ferrets are friendly-ish, friendly light.
They
It's
can
Yeah.
be.
it's better than being completely alone in there.
Right.
He kind of like points to a section of the wall. Which one of these mice is most nocturnal?
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
I think PM might be pretty nocturnal because like Troubadour is like, the nightlight and stuff is part of that, I guess, sort of.
And I think as a troubadour, you'd probably have like at least a little bit of knowledge of like different, like a little bit more knowledge of different species than the others just from your travels. So you'd probably be the first to notice that there's like a small there's a small marking on the wall that isn't quite the same as everywhere else. It's been scratched in roughly, as opposed to the oddly clean carvings of the rest of the place. I don't think you can understand it because it's a ferret marking, but your guide just says that one, best we can tell, indicates that they've got something important going on here. So try not to cause too much trouble. Sound good?
All right.
Yeah.
All right. And he turns the wheel, and it comes away with it. The hatch opens with like a loud creaking, screeching noise that very much announces your presence, and kind of gestures you in.
Right? Let's go.
Yep.
Okay.
As soon as you enter, he shuts the door behind you. He doesn't lock it. He just kind of shuts it. And the four of you are alone. So the way I do the mapping, at least, is I just kind of make squares with descriptions in them. You can do as much or as little detail as you like. But
Okay.
you're in sort of the southwest corner of this room. And this is less of a room and more of an overhang. You can see that it used to be a full room, and then half of it kind of fell away into the massive cavernous void that sort of extends beyond it. You can see the wall of the area that you were just in kind of behind you, but beyond that is a huge empty space. And in the very distance, you can see some sort of like sparks and lights flickering and flashing. The drop itself is certainly deadly. Oh, you're making that room big.
I'm going to toss one of my pieces of scrap down and hear how long it takes for it to go clink.
I will note I did make this roll 20 kind of big for a reason. So Cindy, you want to scroll down a bit, and you can start in the actual bottom left corner. That will probably be the best for y'all.
Yeah.
Okay.
It takes a few minutes before you give up on hearing it.
Few minutes.
It goes down.
So, are you saying there's a chasm in this room?
It is, yeah. It's a chasm kind of off to your side. It's not between you and the exit, which is in the northeast corner.
Okay.
The actual area you're in yourself is actually a fairly simple room. You figure it probably would have been just kind of an empty box before half of it fell away. In the actual room itself, flying around you are these strange, small, glowing flies that seem to just sort of like flutter randomly about the room, casting a little bit of light, just barely enough to see if you doused your torches. The door on the other side, unlike the hatch, is reminiscent more of like like a metal sliding door that has been sealed shut. And positioned around it are three steel rods about 6 feet in length. And at the ground in front of the door is this coil of wire.
When you say 6 feet in length, is that proportionally or actually 6 feet?
Two mice, like 6 feet to mice.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm thinking your average mouse is like 4 feet tall. Again, like proportionally.
Yeah.
Like if a human was struck down, they'd be like still taller than a mouse, and like a mouse is like 4 foot tall. So these are pretty long, like rods. And they're surrounding a shut door with the wire coil sitting on the floor. What do you do?
Well, you'll come back if you fall down there. In case there was any question about that.
Yeah. I wasn't planning on doing that.
Great. Seems our only way is that door over there, right?
It seems about right.
Well, we do.
Let's have a look. I think Brienne starts to make her way over to the door.
Yeah, it's just a straight
Yeah.
shot. You make it to the door.
Okay.
I'd like to study those flying creatures for a little bit. You said there were some glowing flies, like glow
Sure.
flies.
Yeah, they. If you've played Rain World, these are neuron flies.
Mm-hmm.
But to sort of describe them,
Yeah.
they're about the size of your paw.
Okay.
They tend to hover just out of reach. They cast they're straight. They keep changing colors in ways that probably hurts a little bit to look at for an extended period of time.
Okay.
And they seem to just be flying kind of erratically and randomly near the top of the ceiling, occasionally dipping down closer to the floor and bobbing back up. It's
Okay.
They don't seem like they care much for gravity.
Okay. I'll put that into a little scrap of paper. Just those observations.
You have acquired one neuron fly observation. Collect 5, and you'll get an achievement.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah. So you walk over to the door. What are you gonna do about it?
I think I'm gonna see if I can open it up or creep it open a little bit if I can. Not immediately open it all the way, but yeah.
There doesn't appear to be a lever or a handle that you can grab. There's kind of a seam between the two halves of the doors that you can sort of try to tug on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to take my sword and try wedging it in there to help.
Sure. Well, I wasn't going to ask for anything, but now I'm interested. Avago, roll me a strength. Do you want to roll me a strength save with advantage on this?
Sure. How do we make a roll?
So rolling in this system, Mausritter is based off the Into the Odd system, which is an OSR game, old school revival. Making a roll here is pretty simple. You're going to, because you have advantage, you're going to roll 2d20. You are trying to roll under your strength, equal to or under your strength.
Okay. My strength is an 8. All right. I'll roll in the roll 20.
You're rolling with advantage because you have leverage and your buddy is helping you.
Okay, you said I want to roll under my strength?
Yes.
Okay, one of my 2 rolls was a 4.
Which is what you want. So when you have advantage, you take the lowest one. When you have disadvantage, you take the highest one. Otherwise, it's just 1d20. Make sense?
Yep, awesome.
So I have good news and I have bad news.
Okay.
The good news is that your sword doesn't break.
Oh, that's great.
It just kind of goes flying out of your grip.
That
the bad
part
news.
sounds great.
The bad news is that the door doesn't open. The other good news is that your sword kind of clangs into one of the rods surrounding the door. And to be clear, the rods are kind of there's one on the left, one above the door, and one to the right. It hits the one on the right, and when it makes contact, there is a small shower of sparks.
Oh, that looks dangerous.
Before the sword clatters to the ground.
Well, that didn't work.
Nope.
What's going on with that bar? Is it still sparking, or was it just a moment of sparks?
It was just a moment. The rod was there was just kind of like a moment of sparks when the sword collided with the rod.
Okay.
Um,
Well,
it
I think I
seems
can
inactive
good
now.
inspect those. Okay. Can I? Are the other rods active?
How do you want to find that out?
I don't know. I look at it.
Well, I mean, it already sparked when we chucked a sword at it. What if we just used the scrap and just threw scrap bits at him?
Yeah.
That's a good way to do that. It doesn't take much scrap, so I'm not going to make you mark usage on this. But the other two rods also spark less dramatically when the pieces of scrap make contact. The pieces of metal scrap make contact.
Push on
So
the door.
the door does not move.
Huh.
But all three of these rods are definitely powered by something.
Just a quick aside, do mice actually understand the concept of electricity in this world, or is this like foreign magic?
That is an excellent question. It's probably a little bit of both. Normally, no. However, because of spontaneous dilemma being what it is, you've all probably Avago at least probably has seen a little bit of this, and the rest of you have probably heard stories about this kind of thing. For the sake of argument, for the sake of kind of understanding, you don't know how electricity works. It's a little bit of witchcraft, but you understand some basic principles of like sometimes when you touch certain things, it hurts a lot and you can't move for a bit. And sometimes when you connect certain things together, they create they make motion happen somewhere else, kind of magically. And sometimes things just explode. Sometimes you touch something and it explodes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, um,
That's probably what happened to the former party. Someone
Yeah.
touched something and it exploded.
well, at the very least, I think LD understands that if something starts sparking, you don't want to touch it directly with your hands.
Yeah. Yeah, touching it
If
with your paws
not,
is
I
probably a
would
bad
tell
idea.
that to you. Yeah.
The last thing you probably kind of understand as mice is that it mostly works through metal and flesh, and not so much anything else.
Okay.
Metal non-explosively, flesh kind of not pleasantly.
Okay.
But it goes through metal. I know
Yes.
that much, at least.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You are kind of broadly that metal is a conductor.
Yeah. I think Brianna is also has heard tales of this, as well. And I think it's like maybe we should try connecting two of them together.
Right.
Ah, that's a good idea.
Well, I have a long stick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What are
that's
you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be the one to do it. I mean,
Yeah. Brienne has nothing made of metal, so
Put
Uh,
this cloth over your paws before you touch them together.
I want to see where this goes, but I also remind you there is a coil of wire on the ground.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought I would put on the
Yeah,
stick.
the trick bit.
Okay. I get
Yeah.
it.
bit, though,
Now
is-
I get it. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you-
I thought I would put the coil at the end of my hook and then sort of use my hook to put it in place or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah.
Two things. First thing, tell me about the handle of this hook.
Well, you'll notice it's made of rubber. No, I'm kidding. It's it's a human-sized fish hook. That is.
Mouse-sized fish hook, you say? Well, okay. No, right. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It's not the same size as a human. No.
Yeah. No. Yeah, now I get it. It is a human fish hook
Yes.
as opposed to a mouse fish hook, which is
That's
much smaller.
been sort of tied to a robust stick that has a bit of bend and give to it. So
Okay.
it can be used to sort of swing yourself from things if need be.
Okay.
So yeah. And it's obvious the handle is wood.
Which poles are you connecting together? You said you were connecting two of them together. So you got one on the left, one on the right, one on top.
I think Dippo is looking back, sort of like having prepared this, look back at the others and go, so which one?
Well, I mean, I guess even if we guess wrong, we could just move it, right? Do we just want to start with the top on the right?
All right. Yeah. Let's do it. And I just do that. And I do follow what was it? Avago's advice about the cloth? Yeah.
The one on top and the one on the right. You followed the advice, so I'm going to let you make a dexterity save here.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you just want to deal with the consequences of your actions.
I think I will try and dex save for it. Yeah.
That is probably a good idea.
I can tell that from your tone. So is that just a 1d20 then?
That's just going to be a straight 1d20. You're looking to roll lower than your dexterity. Which is pretty good. Like, you have a solid chance of this. You got a 60% chance.
Let's see.
That's a 9.
Yeah, I rolled to you. But yes, it's a 6 or a 9. Yeah. Yes, there we go.
Last 69. Nice. Anyway. You managed to hit the deck when a small explosion occurs.
Oh, okay.
It's less of an explosion and more a massive spark that would have blinded you.
Oh shit!
And
okay.
the specific, like the piece of wire that you used, burns away completely. The door does not budge.
And I am shoved away, Jurassic Park style, almost to the edge. Or what was that? What you were saying?
You managed to hit the deck, like instead of like getting flashbanged.
Okay, good.
And everyone else is one, not holding the hook,
right,
and two, a little bit further away. And,
so it's almost like a magnesium powder reaction.
Yeah, it's what happens when you short a circuit, and it's a very high voltage circuit.
Gotcha.
It wouldn't have like hurt you or anything. It just would have like dazed you for a while.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
You would have gotten. I've written my notes. You would have gotten the status concussed.
Oh, well, I was right.
You still have more. You still have plenty of wire, but that was not the right combination.
Okay. Well, clearly I am not qualified for this. Does anybody else have any ideas?
I think Rhiannon's gonna have a look around and to see if there's anything that like might hint towards what would be the right move here. Like,
sure. What are you looking for? Are you looking for anything specific? Are you looking for like symbols, for pieces of metal for, I don't know, what are you looking for?
Yeah, I think for like symbols, probably maybe also like yeah, if there conveniently someone left a note, I would also look for that. But
Environmental storytelling.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here's an audio log. How convenient.
Yeah.
You find the convenient environmental storytelling skeletons. Yay!
Hey.
Oh my god,
Have
there's written in blood on the wall.
poles written in blood. Yeah.
I've noticed you put 4 poles there. There are only 3 poles.
Oh, okay. Where's the not one?
Just remove the one in the upper left corner because there's 1 on top, 2 on the bottom, on either side.
Gotcha.
You don't find environmental storytelling skeletons, sadly.
No.
I strive to have higher standards than a Bethesda game.
Wow.
No.
I was
Before I
thinking
go
about
on,
the Bioshock game actually, but
Bioshock, Skyrim, same game. I'm sticking to that one. Before we go on, I'm going to briefly talk about turns. Turns are about 10 minutes worth of time. Time is always ticking in this dungeon. I'm not actually holding you to a 3-hour time limit, like the guide said. That was just kind of a thing. But after 3 certain actions will take time. Will take about 10 minutes. This is probably one of them. This kind of investigation. Every 3 turns, I will roll on the encounter table, and a creature might happen to you, and you might have to deal with that. So as a group, kind of pay attention to the passage of time. I will let you know when a turn passes. This is an action that's going to take a turn, and sort of exploring a room more generally. So basically, when you enter a new room, that is a turn. And when you take an action, that takes time. And usually I'll signpost that. That will take another turn. And every 3 turns, an encounter might happen. So right now you're at 2 turns.
okay.
But you, after some careful observation and like probably very carefully making sure not to touch these metal poles, you do discover a handful of ferret markings around these poles. Again, just as hidden as the one outside, and a little bit esoteric to you, but still somewhat visible to someone who kind of like roughly knows what to look for. Let me think. The one on the left, probably has a small picture of, like, a small carving of one of the neuron flies that's been flying above your heads. Sort of a crude drawing of it. The one on the right probably has a very small circular, like, kind of swirling circular design that you kind of roughly take to mean the coil of wire. And the one on top is a little bit harder to see just because it's kind of above head level. But you can make out like a pair of jagged carvings, like side by side.
Okay.
I can depict what I mean about the top one. Never mind, because I just realized that accidentally is going to look bad, so it's just going to be 1. It's just gonna be one
yes.
jagged
Okay.
symbol,
Yes. Thank you.
because I realized what it would look like if I did 2 of them.
Fair enough.
We're moving on.
Good catch. Good catch.
First, top one looks like that. The other one looks a little bit like the coil of wire. The one on the right.
I can't move your stuff, but yes, I will.
I don't think that one was on Ibigo. I don't think that particular mistake is on stream bingo, and probably for the best.
Yeah, sure.
So those are the fair markings you see.
Okay.
Can't scale stuff.
Uh, excuse me.
Well, the wire and the fly are straightforward, I guess, but I don't get the jagged carving.
Maybe it means don't use that one. I don't know. Well, what do we do with the fly? Should we catch one?
Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
All right.
Are the coils the wire? Is it like multiple wires, or is it just like a giant like roll of it?
It's a roll of it.
Okay.
One of the ends is presumably still tied around the hook arm and is smoking a little bit from where it got burnt, but otherwise it's fine.
Okay.
The metal part of the hook arm is probably a little bit scorched.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Well, how do we want to catch one of these flies? My only idea is I've got a fish hook I could attach to, like chop off a bit of the wire and use it as like a little like lasso rope thing. It's a little barbaric, but I don't have any other way of catching a fly.
Yeah, they're a little small for that, don't you think?
You're about the size of your ball.
Yeah, do I have any jars, any empty jars in maybe the scrap pile or anything else I got?
Nope. The pile of scrap is
Oh,
just like metal things. Like little metal bits.
Man,
Oh,
I don't want to use this flask of coffee on this.
wait.
That's good coffee.
I have an idea.
Is it good coffee?
Well,
So,
it's not good coffee, but it's coffee.
Cindy, I'm sorry.
yeah.
It's
I have
still
a
potable even with a giant dead bug in it. It's fine.
so I have a disguise kit. What if there's like a cloak in there which you can like use to like
Yeah.
sort of big
Or you disguise yourself as a hook fly to the hook flies.
That'll definitely work.
Did you have enough money in your cloak budget to afford a cloak in your disguise kit?
Sorry?
Did you have enough money in your cloak budget to afford a cloak in your disguise kit?
Oh, of course. The cloak is the most essential part of any disguise.
I do
Yes.
actually agree with that. I'm not even going to fight you there. Like, I agree that a disguise kit probably has a cloak. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you just like use it to ground one of these when it gets a little bit closer to the ground?
Yeah.
I'll help out with that as well.
Yeah, it doesn't even take that long.
Okay.
You managed to catch two, in fact.
Ooh.
When you kind of grab them, they're squishy.
Okay.
And seem to be kind of trying to wriggle out of your hand, but they're not very good at it.
That makes sense.
Okay, so how do we get them to stay near the giant sparking pole that you don't want to touch with your hands?
Good question.
Wheel?
We could tie. How big is the cable relative to how like thick is the cable relative to these little guys?
If you want to tie the cable around the fly, it's going to be a little bit difficult to do it well.
We're not frying these little. No. What? They're just the little flies.
You could probably attach the cable to a fish hook and thread it through the fly.
There we go. There's an idea. Now we got something.
Yeah.
I don't think Deepa would be very happy with that.
Oh, we can use my
I
dagger
am not
instead.
loaning my fish hook for such a barbaric purpose.
Okay, would you rather me thread my dagger through these flies?
Whoa.
Is that more
I
preferable?
have a much smaller mouse-sized fishhook. I mean,
That's
I
what I meant.
agree.
The normal
I
size
agree.
fishhook.
I agree. It's still a little bit mean to the glowing fly. But I don't see how else we do this.
Better it than us.
Depot, you can hear it going, "Help me! Help me!" It is not actually saying "help me."
Uh,
The neuron flies can't talk.
won't that spark kill those little buggies?
Probably.
Well, rather not. But
No, this is actually a small point of curiosity. Is a bit of an aside.
Mhm.
Where do these like glowing the neuron flies? Are they like coming from somewhere? Are they coming from like the pit below, or are they just hanging out in here?
There's just about a dozen kind of hanging out in here. Well, 10 and 2 in your hands, but yeah.
Okay.
well,
It's a mouse eat mouse world.
They seem to kind of instinctually avoid the massive pit, but that's about it. Like, they aren't wandering away into the pit. They're hanging out kind of tightly in this room.
Well, that's kind of weird. Do you think they're like attracted to these posts or something? Are these weird? Are these magic flies? Do they eat magic?
They're definitely glowing.
That is pretty nice.
fascinating. Absolutely beauty. I'm holding one, just looking at it. Fascinating. So you don't think I can connect? We can just keep trying to connect, and that will
Well,
work.
let's see. I or LD is going to like take like a few little crumbs of trail mix out of the rations and set them down by the post to see if it attracts the glowflies.
It does not.
All right.
They seem profoundly uninterested.
The trail makes a verse, yeah.
To be clear, like, the only behavior that you see them engaging in is not hitting the walls and kind of like
Okay.
flying around randomly.
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to. If the only reaction before was a flashbang, then I can take that into account and tie my eyes or look away as I connect the points with the remaining coil.
Sure.
There's two other combinations, right? So
Which 2 points are you connecting?
I will try. Oh, these 2 lower ones here,
Okay.
and I'll hold a hand over my eyes or whatever I can do to.
Have you have you run the cable through one of these neuron flies?
No.
The rest of you?
Not yet.
Yeah,
LD
I'm
would
waiting
like
for Deepa.
LD would like to explore alternatives before they gut the fly.
Yes. So would Dippo. Yes.
So yeah, 2 of you, the 2 of you who have flies, add put it either in your paw or in your bag that you have a neuron fly. Single use, it takes up 1 space.
Yeah. So I guess that's me and
Yeah,
then.
Vago, yeah. Yep.
Vago and Brienne have a neuron fly.
Yeah.
Depot is presently busy.
Oh.
It goes into your bag, not your body. I don't think you're wearing it.
Yeah, I'm mostly just like, oh yeah. I mostly put it there because I didn't have my hands available, but yeah. Or
Mhm.
is that?
This time there is no bang.
Oh.
There is no noise. There is no flash of light. There are the small sparks as the wire and the hook arm kind of approach each pole. But the only sound when they connect this time is this kind of creaking noise as the door opens into the room beyond.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that was easy.
Hey,
We
I
didn't need
told
to
you.
fly.
No need for murdering little hook flies. Haha. Tip top.
I wonder.
Well-
I wonder why they marked down a little fly on that pole then.
Well, you'll have a chance to ask because in the next room are a pair of
Oh.
ferrets.
What does the next room layout look like?
So I'm marking another turn because you're entering and sort of taking in a new room. We'll roll that encounter in a minute. First, I'll tell you about this room.
Will we need this door information again?
Maybe. Mm.
Oh shit.
But the next room is a richly decorated room. The walls have been covered in carvings and pigment. The ceiling is kind of awash in multicolored fabric. And standing in front of the door, which is in the on the north side of this room, are a pair of ferrets who at first don't notice you because they are engrossed in conversation. Each has sheathed at their waists a pair of knives, and at their feet is this sort of strange black orb with this blue glow kind of coming from the middle of it. The ferret guards don't immediately notice you when you enter the room, but when they do, they kind of stiffen and turn towards the group of you. As mice, you don't quite understand their language unless you want me to make a will save. Unless you want to make a will save to try to understand their language.
Ooh.
Mausritter kind of has a table for how well you understand other creatures. For non-rodent mammals, you have to make a will save.
I
Otherwise, you
think
don't understand.
I would certainly like to try sort of hold up both my hands, having stowed my fish hook, and try to talk to them or understand them. That would definitely be Depot's
Yeah, sure.
sort of MO.
Roll me a will save. Roll me basic will.
All right. Rolling against 10.
Mm-hmm.
That's a success, isn't it?
Y'all are rolling really well tonight. Yeah. Your intention kind of carries across pretty well. That you are here peaceably. You're not trying to cause trouble. You will not fight them, that kind of thing.
Yep.
They kind of chitter amongst themselves to see what to do about you.
How
before-
do the vibes seem among when they're sort of pontificating that?
Cautious.
Okay.
Cautious and suspicious, but not hostile.
Okay.
You are strangers and you have kind of like come into their place, but they don't quite know what to do about you yet.
Okay.
One of them pulls out a knife, takes a half step towards you, and then starts carving something into the ground.
Oh.
So the way that this communication is going to work, and I'm going to simplify it just for talking. But basically, the ferrets are it's going to be essentially emoji communication, pictograms and things like that, to try to talk to each other. So something so imperfect but possible. The ferret essentially like draws an arrow pointing towards you, draws a small cluster of what appear to be coins and a question mark, and is basically asking, "Are you adventurers?"
Yeah, they so these are our new friends. They're asking if we adventurers. I'm just gonna go ahead and say, yeah. I'm
Yep.
sort of like communicating backwards. So I'm staggering, response to make sure that people here can,
Mhm.
participate in that case.
Yeah.
But after a little delay, then I just sort of nod and hope that's a universal response. If I get the sense it's not, I try to find the affirmative response in ferret language.
You succeed on the will save. So the way we're gonna do this is basically like we'll leave the minutiae mostly to the side. They catch they catch your meaning. In most cases, and you catch their meaning in most cases.
Okay.
When you say yes, they kind of start chittering again. One of them points at the sphere. The other gets
Oh,
a little
right.
bit like angry and kind of like gently slaps their buddy's paw and seems to be disagreeing. And then turns back towards you, and this time, and this is one of the things that you won't understand just because of how this works.
Gotcha.
Point like same arrow pointing at you, draws a strangely lumpy figure that you can't quite make out, like the strange lumpy bipedal figure, and then another question mark. It doesn't look like
Anything
any
I've
creature
seen,
that you've seen so far.
I think Dippo just shrugs. Well, and I look back. Seems they want to know if any of us seen this kind of figure. Any of you? I've not.
Have we?
Nope.
Nope.
None of you have seen anything like this.
So, can you describe the sphere again that they were arguing over? How big is the sphere?
It is large enough that you'd need two hands to carry it.
Okay.
So it's essentially like size 2 vertical, kind of like your hook arm.
Okay. Gotcha. And what does it look like?
It's
A perfect sphere, or is?
Yep, it's a perfectly smooth black sphere, except for a little band of glowing blue around the middle, forming an
Ooh.
equator.
Okay, interesting. Not to Dippo, but to me, Mark. Yes. Okay. I think Dippo just shakes after getting delineating with the others. Sort of just shakes his head. That we haven't.
The one that was kind of like being negative, that had slapped their friend and who's been communicating with you, kind of looks a little triumphant.
Oh.
And chitters something back. But the other one only gets more insistent before. What does he do? Because I know what he wants.
Oh.
The other one kind of gets a little insistent and then finally like huffs and storms off to a corner to sulk for a minute or two, leaving you
Okay.
and the one ferret alone.
Okay.
And this one asks, "What do you want here?"
I think
I
I
think the-
am. Yeah, sorry. I look back at the others and want to know what we want here.
Well, I think the general short-term idea is to get through that door, right? They said
Right.
this is like a ferret commune, right? So just peacefully pass through the town and go explore the whatever's beyond it.
Yeah. I try to convey a kind of complex idea there, but point at the door, sort of convey that we want to, you know, we're
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
interested in necessarily going and disrupting anything. We just want to pass through.
They look a little dubious,
Yeah, that's fair.
but seem not like, if not believe you, to at least be willing to believe that you don't mean them harm right now.
Okay,
Um,
that's good.
Goes over to their partner to sort of discuss for a minute or two. And then the partner goes into the other room. And there's a minute of silence as the remaining one kind of stares at you. Their partner comes back. They're holding 4 mushrooms.
Oh,
They're these strange glowing blue mushrooms. One for each of you.
okay.
And the ferret says, essentially, says essentially like, only unintelligible may continue. And the unintelligible symbol is the same symbol as the one before. Is the same kind of lumpy bipedal figure.
Well, it seems they want to share a bit of their food with us.
It does not look like food.
How you said these are like glowing blue, right?
They're bioluminescent.
How okay. Is it like strong enough that LD can be like, "Oh, it's like a flashlight."
No.
Oh, okay.
So to kind of differentiate, the orb is glowing like this very pure blue. These are glowing like a much more recognizable bioluminescence blue. Very dim. It seems to already be fading, so they were probably just freshly picked. And
I motion to the ferret to ask if they want us to eat them.
he nods.
Right. They do want us to eat them.
The other one seems uncomfortable, and like it wants to say something.
Yeah. I think Brianna's just like, why?
Yeah.
Do you pass on the message?
I attempt to answer that first. It seems we need to be that weird symbol, which probably involves eating said mushroom.
I'm not sure how I trust strange glowing mushrooms handed to me by ferrets I've never met.
Yep, me neither, but it's what we need to do. I eat it.
Woo!
Even Dippo wasn't sure, but damn.
Wow, with that kind of willingness, I don't even know if you make a will save.
Yeah. My first
Um,
kind of star. I'm rash. You know, this is
That's great.
You are transported. Not literally, like you're still there. To
Oh.
everybody else, you've kind of gone still, but you are transported You are hanging in the middle of, you are hanging weightless in a room. In front of you are countless symbols and calculations that somehow, on an instinctual level, you understand. And you understand that what is in front of you represents hundreds, if not thousands, of hours, of days, of months, of years, even, of work that has ultimately been fruitless. And just as soon as you are in that place, you get kicked back to reality. And all of that knowledge drains from you again. And all you're left with is, the imagery and the feeling of having wasted your entire life
wow.
on
Damn.
something that you might never even get to see the result of. To the rest of you, your friend went stock still for like 30 seconds.
Avago, are you okay? You're not experiencing anything
You all
weird.
right?
You're not turning lumpy like that image they were showing us, are you? You don't look
Am
like
I?
you're turning lumpy.
No,
I assess the
Um,
lumpiness of Virago as well, yeah.
your lips are kind of blue. Your tongue is kind of blue.
Uh,
I think Brianna's just like, I'm way lumpier than that.
the mushrooms are not deadly.
Not deadly yet.
Right. Very reassuring. What,
The
what happened?
I was just about to say the lead ferret asked the same thing of like, what did you see?
The ferret also wants to know.
I probably tried to just like draw for the ferrets also, just like try and draw what I saw as best as possible, which I don't know how successfully I do so. Draw calculations and then
Mhm.
try to convey trailing off as a way of being like unfinished or I don't
When you do, you realize that they fit stylistically. That the symbols that you can remember, even if you don't remember their meaning, the symbols that you can remember fit very stylistically with the graffiti on the walls. And the lead ferret kind of like claps excitedly and tries to coax the other ferret into offering the rest of you the mushrooms.
Oh. You know what? Dippo is reassured by Navago. Navago's been here before, so yeah. Dippo will also eat one.
Good. I'm very excited.
LD will eat one as well, follow the other's example, since nobody appears to be dropping dead yet.
Brianna, are you going to take the last one or are you going to be the lone holdout?
I'm deciding whether I want to be inquisitive or stubborn. Just the two things
The two
about
traits.
my two traits about my birth sign. So
there are two wolves inside of you.
yeah.
Um,
Oh no, us.
I think Brienne like takes a small nibble, see what it does, and then based on that decides to either eat it or not.
we'll go with that first because I think that's the funniest.
Okay.
The small nibble just kind of makes your mouth tingle and go a little bit numb.
Okay.
And it kind of gives everything a sharper edge in your vision, but that's about it.
Yeah, I
The
think
numbness
Brienne.
goes away after about like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think at that point the Inquisitive wins over and she eats the rest of it.
Excellent. Oh boy, I love giving my players cool visions.
Yes.
The three of you are falling. the three of you are in free fall. Something has gone wrong. It is both the feeling of falling from a great height and of having your legs taken out from under you. And then you are back.
Okay.
All right.
The lead ferret is once again kind of looking at you, kind of curiously, wanting to know.
I guess I mimic falling. Were there stars, or was it like a void?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark it was dark, and in the moment, you had never seen this kind of darkness before.
Okay. Yeah, I think I relate to sort of like falling in inky blackness. A bit of an abstract concept, but I'll do my best.
Say just drawing the warning wet surface may slip image.
Interestingly, you already find one of those on the wall, so you make a little one next to it. The two ferrets kind of chitter amongst themselves again.
I think at this point I would like to point to the sulking one, and sort of like shrug, like try and figure out what's going on there.
The sulking one is not the one talking. The sulking one has been kind of bullied this whole time.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
he perks up as the other one kind of like gets an exasperated look on their face.
Okay.
Grabs the orb, like tucks it under one arm. Ferrets are a lot bigger than you. They can do this. They can hold this like one arm. And starts carving with the knife and says, basically starts info dumping at you. And this is going to take a while, so unless you interrupt him, this is going to take a turn.
Oh.
I haven't rolled the encounter yet. I'll do that in the next room, but unless you interrupt him, you'll be at 4 turns, which will be a little closer to.
I think this might be pivotal, but I'm good either way.
Is it ethically correct to interrupt the info dump when it might get you killed?
Yes, that's the question.
I like knowing things.
I like knowing things. I don't
Me
care
too.
about knowing things I like.
I love knowing things from
I'm
other
inquisitive,
cultures and
so-
animals. Yeah.
So I'm going to mark that 4th turn.
Okay.
Basically, the gist of it is that this is a strange treasure. They don't know what it is, and he has been really hoping for a group of adventurers to come by and help transport it deeper within. He can't leave his post. He makes it clear he can't leave his post, which is why he can't transport it. But he's been really hoping for some adventurers to come by to bring it in, but my partner here won't let me. So I've just been kind of, hoping this entire time.
Right.
And again, the entire explanation, because he goes through this entire backstory too, and the entire explanation, his partner's just like,
Okay.
How
you
long
can tell
have
this has happened
they
before.
been here?
Uh-huh.
Can LD scratch out like a image of a calendar with a question mark real quick to just ask like how long have you been here?
They say the camp has been here for a very long time, but their shift has only been like 8 hours so far, but they've got another 6 to go. It's guard duty. Nobody wants to do it.
So they just found this orb?
Yep. Earlier today.
Huh.
the info dumping ferret doesn't ask you directly, but is definitely going like very much going wink wink nudge nudge. Please, 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 please.
Is it safe to touch?
The ferret seems to be touching it just fine.
Oh, okay.
What's in it for us?
They look at each other. The info dumping ferret kind of slumps, like sadly. It's like, we don't have money. We'll owe you a favor.
Right. We could ask them to make it easier for us to get out of here.
Sure, they can do that.
Yeah.
Maybe we could ask them for some kind of sigil of sort of friends among ferrets kind of thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're definitely happy to do that.
Yeah.
Well, the info dumping ferret is. The other one, not so much. But they'll go along with it at the very least because you ate the mushrooms. They don't need
Nice.
further convincing. They were going to let you in anyway.
Okay, cool.
So it doesn't need any further convincing. Yeah.
So where exactly does the orb need to go?
He draws that bipedal figure again. And then below that, deeper within.
Okay.
Okay, at this point, I would like to show them the treasure map I have. The ferrets. Is it only in text? I can't remember. If it's only in text, I want to try and relay the symbolism.
It's symbolic. It's
Okay.
symbolic.
And ask them if they know any of these, if any of this means anything to them.
They point at the bipedal figure again. They like get really like the info dumping one gets really excited and points at the bipedal figure again. The
In relation
other one,
to my map?
Yeah.
Oh,
the other
okay.
one like looks at you kind of confused, and kind of says, "I thought you weren't the symbol. Why do you have their map?"
Oh! Okay.
He's not suspicious,
No.
just confused.
So am I. Yeah. Well, it says the map belongs to this lumpy thing. It's strange.
Where'd you get it from?
I don't know in terms of your story where I've gotten it from, so maybe I'll let you
Hmm.
answer that.
I don't have a good answer.
Quinn.
Probably some antique dealer somewhere.
What did you get it from? Maybe is a better question.
A mouse.
Ah,
Right.
huh. Okay.
But while the for you deliberate, the one of them like the info dumping one like finds which one of you has the least empty pack, so LD in this case, and starts like shoving the item into the pack, and is like,
We didn't even agree yet.
All right.
it's kind of like pushing you a little bit to go, because he really wants this to happen.
Yeah. If LD's not okay with it, I'll open my
No,
pack as well.
LD submits to this.
Okay.
So yeah, this is a size 2. Strictly speaking, it's vertical, so you'll have to move the fishhook around. But you can either carry it or you can have it in your backpack. This is a spell.
Oh!
This is a spell.
The orb is a spell.
When you activate it, you get advantage on dexterity checks for dice number of turns. The way that spells work is they have 3 uses. When you activate a spell, you can roll a number of dice up to the amount of uses that they have. Every 4, 5, or 6, you mark a usage on the spell, and then the spell activates. And when I say number of dice, I mean a number of d6. So in this case, say you wanted to activate it for 3 turns, so that you would have advantage on dexterity saves for 3 turns. You would roll 3d6. Excuse me. If two of them rolled if one of them rolled a 4 and one of them rolled a 5, you would then mark 2 usage on the spell, and the next time you use the spell, you can only roll 1d6.
Okay.
So this is a spell that you can use. Don't ask me how you know this. I want you to have this spell.
That is fine.
Presumably, you do some
Interesting.
experimentation with it at some point.
Alrighty.
So yeah,
So it has 6
And,
uses of advantage in it. Is that correct?
3.
3. Oh, okay, 3. Okay.
If you do run out of uses, you can recharge it. You recharge it by gaining the paralyzed condition from electricity.
Okay. So get too close to electricity. Gotcha.
So I'll mark magic orb as filling 2 slots on your sheet.
Alrighty.
All right.
Well, my poor little Dex 6 mouse either is the exact person for this or the worst possible person for this, and I haven't decided which.
Yeah,
I
we'll figure it
know.
out.
Yeah.
But the way is open for you.
Okay. I thank the ferrets. I was about to say give them some of my rations, but I don't because this game is brutal. So no.
You can give them a use of rations. Like, you all have a bunch of rations, and we're not taking any long rests, which is when rations care.
Oh, okay. I'll give
yeah,
them 1 ration. Yeah, I'll do
Yeah,
that.
give you a marker ration.
I think it's what Dippo would do. So
Before you go, like, they affix pins to like each of your chests, little marks of friendship. So if you do run into ferrets, they won't be suspicious of you.
amazing.
And they step aside and open the door for you.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome.
Stride forward onto the next room.
Yeah.
And whatever is going to murder us.
So the next room
Yeah.
is, so I'm going to mark the 5th turn, and then we're going to roll an encounter.
Okay.
And there's a very good chance that the encounter isn't anything, but
That's good.
It might be. Who knows?
Okay.
It might be something.
I'm not worried.
It might be something cool.
Ooh.
Yep. It might be something really cool. It might be nothing. Who knows? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No worries.
This next room is massive. When you enter, you feel lighter. You feel lighter. Like, your burdens are less. You feel like you could jump much higher. You feel like you can float away. Essentially, gravity is a lot lower in this room.
Is this big enough what I've drawn?
Sure.
Okay.
Might be a little. No, that's probably fine. But suspended in the center of the room is a large sort of thrumming, cylinder. That seems to like distort the light around it a little bit. And scattered around you near the entrance to this room, and sort of mostly concentrated around the entrance to this room, but also kind of scattered around the rest of this room, poking through cracks and spaces in the machinery and everything, are more of these blue mushrooms.
Ooh.
You can feel the thrumming of the machinery in your teeth now. It is very strong here. The two exits to this room are on. There are two exits to this room. There's one on the directly on like above you, and one above you and a little bit to the east. And when I say above you, I mean on the ceiling.
Oh,
Okay.
oh no!
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that.
Oh no!
So what do you do?
I cautiously jump next to a wall and see how high I can jump.
As you jump higher, it feels like you are almost getting more weightless. You lose speed, you lose momentum before. Just if you're drawing this on the map, just keep drawing it as if it was north and northeast.
Okay.
North and northeast, but that's where they are in actuality. Is
Okay.
on the ceiling. But yeah, you jump and it feels like you're getting more and more weightless, but you run out of speed before it crosses over the boundary. You get maybe a 10-foot vertical leap without trying very hard before coming to rest fairly gently on the ground next to your friends.
Okay. Well, it seems like we can just jump up there probably, right? What are the walls here like? Is there any way I can find purchase grabbing onto anything on the walls?
Have you heard the term greebled?
I have not.
So greebling is a thing that they do especially in like movies and video games and stuff, when they want a wall or object to look more textured, and it's basically just applying like a lot of little small shapes to it that really roughen the area.
Especially noticeable in Star Wars.
Yeah, especially noticed in Star
yeah.
Wars. The surface of the Death Star is very greebly.
And the canyon run on the Death Star and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're very greebly. So it's very similar. There's a lot of pokey outy bits, a lot of poles that extend out from the wall. There are a lot of handholds you can grab. The real difficulty here is going to be climbing and dealing with the weightlessness at the same time, as well as not just exhausting yourselves.
Is the cylinder rotating?
Nope.
Okay.
It's kind of like, to be a little bit more specific, it's kind of like going from one wall to the other.
Okay.
And through the center of this room, and it's thrumming. And like I said, it seems to bend light around it almost.
Oh, so this thing is like horizontal, like part way up? Okay.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
If you were looking at it head on, it would look like a circle. If you were, say, I don't know, looking at it from a 2D plane, it would look like a circle. What's the plan?
Does the cylinder have like things you can grab onto? Is it like?
Kind of. It has like little dents in it that you could probably clamber into, but it looks very smooth otherwise.
Okay.
Like it looks a little bit like a gear, but the teeth of the gear are bigger than you. And otherwise it's very smooth.
Okay.
Well, the ferrets already came in here and picked the mushrooms off of it, so it has to be at least safe to casual touch, right?
The mushrooms are not on the cylinder. There are like a bunch of mushrooms around you and a bunch of other mushrooms on the walls.
Okay, never mind. The cylinder has not been vetted.
We have not vetted the cylinder.
I'd like to pick up a few mushrooms and store them, and I'll put down my scrap pile so I have extra space in my inventory.
Yeah, replace your scrap pile with 3 uses of mushrooms.
Is the cylinder vertical or horizontal?
It's horizontal.
Okay.
Can you make a will save for me, Avago Vengeance?
Yeah, sure. Hell yeah.
As you breathe in some of these mushroom spores while picking them.
There's a failure.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
that's it. That's a 12. Avago collapses for a turn.
Oh,
Right.
Avago, you are trapped in another vision. In this one, all is quiet. The calculations are still burned onto the wall in front of you, but there's a sense of a great span of time passing since they last mattered. Everything is quiet, and you know that your time is starting to run short. You are dying slowly, and you're stuck in that vision for a turn. To everybody else, Avago collapses.
Oh
It's-
no.
Okay, well, first order of business, let's drag them out of the mushroom spore area and get them back to clean
Yes.
air.
um, to a rudimentary medical check, like a first aid check, they're fine. They're breathing, their pulse is fine. So they're not dead or in
Okay.
danger, but they are non-responsive.
Well, this is not good. Anyone got any strong smelling things or
Oh, there's the ferrets.
well, no need to be rude. To our new ferret friends. But
Yeah, you
I
should probably ask them.
I do take the little badges they made for us because they must smell of ferret now and put it directly under Avego's nose.
Nope. You're gonna need something stronger than that if you want to wake them up early.
Yeah, right. That's fair enough.
The ferrets are in the other room if you want to ask them. Like, you're still by the door.
I
Well, it
suppose
seems rude to ask them if they can bring their smelly selves.
Can you stank up my
To help
friend?
us that way.
Sure.
It just seems a little rude.
I will not
suppose-
stop you from thinking that.
at the very least, we could ask how long this is supposed to last, since it seems to be a little bit longer than the other visions we all got.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, they know the mushroom, so maybe yeah.
Yeah, if you go back and ask them, they say
They'll-
this. They say they kind of look at her. The
Yeah.
leader kind of giggles to themselves, and the other one says, "Oh yeah, it'll only last about 10 minutes or so. She'll wake up soon. Like they'll wake up soon."
Okay.
Okay, well
And
that's
they'll
good
be all
news.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. So note to ourselves, don't go too close.
It's less that they went too close and more that they picked a bouquet.
Right. Quantity. Okay.
You're good. Like you're good for right now, but maybe don't pick a bouquet.
Righto.
Is there any like rhythm to like the thumping of the cylinder? Like
Yeah.
It's not a thumping noise. It's a thrumming.
it's thrumming. Okay.
Like it's
Thrumming,
a deep bassy thrumming that
Mhm.
sort of vibrates your entire body. You can feel it. Like I said, you can feel it in your teeth.
But like constant, it's not like pulsing
Mhm.
or anything. Okay.
It's constant.
Okay.
All right. Well, we've got a few minutes to kill, I guess. Uh, do
I
we
mean,
want to figure out how to get to these doors, or do we want to poke the giant death cylinder?
I don't know why you've assumed it's a death cylinder.
It's the big cylinder. It's the big cylinder. Come on.
Big cylinder.
It's their birthday.
It's their birthday. It's the cylinder birthday.
I'm brave and reckless, so I would I can go forward and sort of tap it with my fishhook staff.
It's suspended above you. It's if you want to get to it, you're going to
Oh,
have
it's
to
above
brave.
me.
Yeah, it's suspended above you. If you want to get to it, you're going to have to like jump. And get
Well,
into the
I
way
am
business.
exceedingly good at jumping,
You are
so
great at jumping.
I'll definitely do that.
Absolutely. You tell me about like on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you jump? How much
Medium
jump
scale,
power do you
because I feel like I don't
like
have a good feel of the gravity in here.
like a gerbo like a 6 on the Jerboa scale?
Yes.
Do you believe you can fly?
I hope so because you do. Um,
Yes.
you it doesn't take long before
Mm.
you cross from low gravity to no gravity to being drawn towards the cylinder. Um,
Oh.
when
no.
you reach it, it feels almost like when you get close enough to where the light is starting to bend around it. It
Yeah.
feels almost like moving through molasses as it shoves you away a little bit. And you
Oh.
start very gently orbiting. Uh, you start very
Okay.
gently orbiting the cylinder. Um, it's not solid, but you feel like you could kick off of that force, that repelling force, to get somewhere else if you really want.
Well, I can't get closer to the cylinder, right?
Not without help. If you had jumped more or had like a friend to shove you in, you probably could, but where you're standing, no, not so much.
You
Okay.
you okay up there, Dippo? I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that before.
Right. I'm tip top. It's a little weird, but I mean I'm not hurting. So yeah, it's all right. I'm gonna try and kick myself. You said I could try and use this molassesy, similar polarity, whatever's happening here, to. I want to go back and then have someone sling me forcefully at it.
Yeah, you can kind of try to kick yourself off there.
Yeah. And if you say there's a lot of greebling around, I do have a long hooked staff, so like I could probably grab stuff and pull myself away in that case.
Yeah, if you get close enough to it. Again, this room is really big.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
But like, if you get close enough, you can definitely do that. Honestly, actually, now that I think about it, you're probably close enough to the cylinder that you could touch it with your hook arm if you wanted to. There's nothing to like get a good like hold on with it,
Okay,
but you could probably poke it.
I will.
You poke it.
Yes.
That's it.
Nothing happens.
No.
Okay. Well, it's safe to
It
touch.
kind of shoves your arm away a little bit forcefully, but nothing happens.
Mm-hmm. As I come around in view again, it's safe to touch. So. And then I will try and kick myself towards the other mice.
Yeah. You're not super used to it. I figure you misjudge a little bit and like end up a little bit far away, like either up a wall or a little bit further away on the ground.
Sure, yeah.
It's not like it's the same thing of like your terminal velocity in this room is not high enough to cause any harm.
Good.
So the challenge here in this room that our good buddy Avago Vengeance has made more difficult is getting to one of those two entrances while dealing with the weird gravity in this room.
Okay. How big is Avago compared to the rest of us? Are you the same size?
Unfortunately, I'm a lot bigger than y'all are. Not a
Ah,
lot, but I'm
because I was
probably
thinking
about
of
twice your
tying you
weight.
to me. Yeah, I was thinking of tying you because I have a tent, and part of having a tent would mean some kind of rope. So,
You do weigh less in this room.
yes,
That is
yeah,
true.
yeah, exactly. So, fortunately, that works in our favor. So, I was thinking of tying Avago to me, because I have the hook arm, so I can reach my reach distance is a little more. Plus, I'm fairly dexterous, so if there's something to avoid, I can do that.
Sure. That sounds like it'd be cool.
That's what I pitched to the rest. So
That
yeah,
sounds cool. Your
that's my
GM's a
idea.
fan, which means it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Well, beyond just waiting for Avago to get back up, I don't have any better ideas.
Well, we can't, as the guide said, we can't wait around for too long. All creepy crawlies here, and I'm sure not all of them can be our friends.
All right, yeah, let's do it.
All right. Okay, then I will use the rope from my tent. So I'll mark a use on tent. I think that makes sense. Because we're not doing a lot of rests anyway,
I'm
so
actually going to make you mark a use on your hook arm. Because that's the thing that you're using that would get damaged. But I will give you an offer.
Yeah.
I'm going to offer you a choice.
Okay.
A devil's bargain, if you will. No. You can either mark usage on your hook arm to help you maneuver around this space easily.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you will get to the exact entrance that you want. You will either get to the left or the right entrance, whatever you like.
Okay.
Or you can make a dexterity check to try the same thing. The dexterity check, if you fail, might have worse consequences than just getting to the wrong place. But you won't necessarily mark usage on
I have someone else relying on me, so I'm not gonna take the chance of the dice. I'd rather take a hit on my equipment and put Avago in danger. So
sounds good. Which entrance do you want to reach?
well, I will look at the other mice. Well,
you're gonna let them go first.
Seems like dealer's choice. Where we want to go?
Do we see any difference between the entrances? Like,
is there a skull on one of them?
Yeah.
Not from where you're standing.
Okay.
And you're standing like in human terms, they're probably about 50 feet above you.
Oh,
okay.
all things being equal, I guess I like left.
Sure.
Oh, I love the left room. Let's go to the left room. Cool. So you're all going to aim for the left room.
Yeah.
I will offer the two of you the same choice. Either give me a interesting, compelling use of your items that ensures that you get to the left room, roll a dex check, or I'm just sending you to the wrong side.
Oh shit.
Can I use my fish hook as a grappling hook?
Do you have rope?
No, I do not.
The only rope that you conceivably have is a little bit busy.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I can lean on my brand new magic orb to at least make this dex check a little easier.
Mm-hmm. And yourself, Brienne?
Yeah, I could have used my sling here. Not really. It's not really meant to propel myself, is it? Well, actually, I think while like flying through the air, can I like use my sling to like throw stones away to like direct myself towards the right entrance?
Absolutely. In which case, I'm going to ask you to mark usage on your sling and also your stones.
Okay.
Mm.
I love that idea. I was thinking the exact same thing, and I love that a lot.
It's so good.
So yeah, with this in plan, LD, I assume you activate your spell.
Yeah, we're just gonna use one.
So roll a die for me. Roll a d6.
All right, it's gonna use a thing.
Yep, mark usage on the spell. So just mark that there are two out of 3 uses left.
I feel like LD
and-
is good to have this with your low decks. You need the help.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the same, like when you activate it, there is a much like quieter version of the same thrumming noise emanating from it,
Oh, okay.
and light bends around you in the same way it bends around the cylinder. And you feel much lighter. Like even now, even in this room, you feel much lighter and much more able to like maneuver around.
Interesting.
So Brienne and Depot fly somewhat gracefully through the air. And LD, roll me some dice. Roll me a dex. Roll me a dex save. You have advantage on this. That's not it.
Neither of those are under a 6.
Oh, no.
You slam into the other entrance. I would like you to take the condition bruised. This doesn't do anything. I would like you to take the condition bruised. This doesn't do anything. It just takes up a slot in your inventory.
Okay.
You're right there.
And you are kind of clinging to the ceiling as gravity reasserts itself downwards, near the other entrance.
Okay. Well, how do I get over to you guys? Can I does gravity just reverse and I'm just walking on the ceiling?
Nope, gravity is still pulling you down.
Oh. Ooh. Ah.
You could try to get to the other side, to the other entrance, but that would be an exhausting climb. Which is to say, it would give you another condition. This one worse.
How far are the like entrances apart?
Long enough to be an exhausting monkey bar swing.
So like 100 feet
probably
or
like
something?
probably about like 15 feet.
50.
It doesn't take a lot of monkey bars to get exhausted.
Yeah.
Can we just like sling get a Vago safely secured and then swing the rope over here?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, you can shove a Vago either in the next room or like tie them up or something.
Yeah, I don't really have anything more to tie them up with, but I can perhaps just push myself against them and sort of put their arm into one of greebling pipes or whatever, and then throw the rope over.
Yeah. I will let this happen because, like, again, your mice, your rodents, kind of clambering across rope and small things like this is in your wheelhouse. And even though gravity is pulling down again, it's still fairly tame. And you are still holding. You do still have your spell active, so you can just get across no problem with the rope. I will ask you to mark usage on your rope now, though.
Yeah, I'll mark you
on your tent, yeah.
yeah. Which I'm using just like a real tent.
But you make it over like fairly easily now. Before we get into the next room, let's we're a little bit over halfway through. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back. Get a drink, use the bathroom. We are, about a third of the way through, so I think we're making good time. Considering we spent a lot of time, like at the beginning, talking and whatnot.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'll see you all back here in about 5 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, great.
I was swallowing my haichu. Hi. I hope you all got some liquid, or emptied some liquid, or maybe got and or emptied some solids. I ain't
All
going
of
to
the
tell you
above.
how to be. All of the above. You're all going to enter the fun room. This is a good room that I really wanted you to go into and see. Which should, I think, make you rethink wanting to go into this room. But it's too
Yes.
late now.
Oh no.
No take backsies. I would like everybody, except for Avago, to make a will save when you enter this room.
No.
Oh joy.
Okay.
How big is this room? Oh.
You'll find out as soon as you make the will save.
Not a will.
Am I-
My will save is okay.
You will wake up in a second, Avago.
Okay, I'm not yet conscious.
Hey,
What's my
barely made it.
So Dippo gets there.
I do not.
It's equal for mine. I don't know if that's successful.
That does do it. So only
Okay.
LD, only LD is affected by this.
Uh-oh.
I'm also going to roll an encounter because that's turn 6. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is a much smaller room. It feels much more cramped. However, the ceiling has caved in and formed like a clump of debris in one of the corners. What is very interesting about this room is, despite the fact that you know factually that the four of you are deep in the mountains, deep in the mountain, sunlight is streaming through this room somehow. And it is landing on a room that is covered in massive clumps of these mushrooms. The air is thick with spores near the ground. And that is what the will save I was asking you to make is for.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Avago wakes up, probably like startles awake a little bit, as LD's vision kind of goes, like LD's eyes kind of go glassy. And what are LD's pronouns again?
LDs, he, him.
And he starts walking towards the nearest cluster of mushrooms.
I think
The
I'd
exit to this
probably
room.
jump up.
The exit to this room is in the northeast corner. The sunlight,
Nice.
the hole and the sunlight are in the northwest area.
I'm gonna spring up and try and keep LD from getting too close to mushrooms.
Yes.
LD, these mushrooms are the most delicious smelling things in the world, and these weirdos are trying to stop you from eating them.
Is LD coherent enough to like talk or
No,
no? Okay.
but these sound like really delicious food, and these other 3 people are trying to stop you from eating them. What do you want to do about it?
Are these mushrooms the same like
Yeah.
bioluminescent ones?
They're the same mushrooms, just a lot more. They're covering just about every surface.
No.
Well, I mean, we already know that they're safe-ish. It's fine. LD doesn't know what the big deal
Oh
is.
no.
Sure. Cindy, you might want to scroll up on the Roll20 a little bit. Just so the folks at home can see the cool drawings. Yeah, your friends are trying to stop you. What are you doing anything about it?
No, we're still going. We're gonna go get them mushrooms.
They're trying to stop you from getting the mushrooms.
Well, they need to try harder because we're gonna keep trying to walk over there.
Make opposed strength checks, please.
Strength?
Everybody involved.
I mean, I'm helping.
Yeah.
Now I roll well.
Oh God, this is not my stat. But I will certainly try.
I'll also
That's
try.
a failure for me.
No,
Oh,
that's a no.
That's also a
I'm
no.
weak.
Well, I succeeded.
LD shakes all of you off and like flops directly into the nearest large cluster of mushrooms.
All right, well, you said these were delicious mushrooms, so it's time to get our chow down.
They are delicious. Two things happen.
No.
Close enough your bingo, everybody.
We'll, the first thing that happens is that you are pulled deep into another vision. In this one, you are bright and confident and eager to get started. The walls of your home are devoid of the symbols, and your head is bursting with ideas for experiments on how to solve the problem that you have been set to. You feel like you could spend the rest of your long life working on this problem. As for the rest of you, what you see is see. I could give you another status, but I think it's funnier to upgrade Bruised into a more proper status.
Okay.
No, I'm going to give you another status. I'm going to give you the status. I'm going to give you the status Overgrown. It is going to give you disadvantage on will saves until you take a long rest. That is also worth another slot on your inventory. So you are going to have to figure out one of your items to drop.
Can she
Okay.
use the body slot? Still open? Or...
You can't put statuses in the body slot, I don't
Okay.
think. They go into your inventory. The way they work is they are meant to like reduce your carrying capacity, because that is one of the big one of the big penalties to having one. Bruised will go away on a short rest. Overgrown will not go away until you long rest. So you'll have to figure out one of the items that like gets dropped during this struggle. Someone else can pick it up, but you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was about to ask.
Yeah, you can
You
you
know-
can shift it around, but like you can't carry it anymore because you have 2 slots carried.
Under normal circumstances, this would probably be a terrible decision, but LD's gonna drop the rations because we have all the food we could ever need right here.
Good idea.
Oh, apparently I had
No, the
torches
torches
underneath
under
my
it.
rations. I guess those are gone too.
Yeah. I think we all start with torches, that's why.
Yeah, well, it's fine.
I
The
would-
torches never existed.
I would like to try waking LD up more quickly than I was woken up.
How are you doing this? Just shaking him away, or you gonna grab him?
I'm gonna put my flask of coffee under his nose, and if that doesn't do it, then gonna open his little mouth and pour some coffee down. See if that does it.
I love that. I'll let this work if you use all of the coffee.
All of the coffee. That's
That's so much coffee.
fine.
Too much coffee.
Fine. It's so much coffee. Come on. Okay. I used
It's
all my
going to be
coffee on this.
It's going to be partially the caffeine, partially just like pouring liquid on someone to wake him up, and partially kind of drowning him a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, God, poor LD. Getting downers, getting uppers is gonna be a mess.
LD, you are in the middle of a particularly important experiment in your vision when you get woken up by the coffee.
Okay. So important question.
Yes.
I'm awake now.
Yes.
Am I still compelled to be eating mushrooms?
They still smell really nice, but no, you are not compelled.
Okay. Oh. Where?
It probably takes you a minute or 3 to shake off the annoyance of being interrupted in an experiment before you reassert
Yeah.
yourself.
I'm sorry. Where am I?
Same room. Not as much a shocker as missing a whole gravity room.
You missed
I
a
don't
whole really cool
I
room.
there
Oh,
was
there's a door up here.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I
cool.
said that. I think that got missed. My bad.
Yeah. I'd like to look over and you say there's like a part of the place that's lit up by sun.
Yes, the northeast corner
Oh, I did the
has
wrong corner.
collapsed. The northwest. Sorry, you're right.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
northwest corner.
Okay.
Has collapsed, and there is a pile of debris on the floor with the sun shining through the hole in the ceiling.
How are
Again,
the spores in relation to that sunlight?
um,
Less, more?
they don't seem to be reacting
Okay.
particularly differently.
Okay.
But again, like the four of you know, there should not be sunlight here. Like you're too deep into the mountain.
Yeah.
Avago.
Yeah.
I think I saw the weird symbols that you saw earlier.
Yep.
You have any idea what any of that was? I mean, it felt really important. It felt like I was on the verge of something really important.
Yeah, I don't know. My guess. It's the same symbols as the ferrets, right? And the ferrets are the ones that want us to eat the mushrooms and whatever, right? So I'm, you know, I don't think it matters, whatever. But I
I mean,
think what's
if
going on is that we're seeing some like ferret, like inventor, like some like really smart ferret trying to discover the secrets of the world or how electricity or magic, I don't know, how some of that works. I think that's what we're seeing.
So
wow.
your visions are not just falling in inky void, yeah?
Nope.
Well, one of them was, but I mean, this time there was well, it was a lot, honestly.
You say symbol? Is it the lumpy bipedal thing?
No, we didn't see that. We just
No.
saw little symbols that the ferrets use to talk to each other.
I will point of order. You have never seen the ferrets communicate using these symbols, just that they've graffitied them. Here and there.
Oh, okay.
I will stand by the thing I said
Which is
because
fair.
I think to me that's the same thing because I don't know better. I'm a little mouse.
Which is fair. I just enjoy making sure my players know what's going on,
Right.
even if their characters don't.
I should say mouse adjacent creature.
What are what's the iconography of these symbols? Like is it like jackets, move, like what's the style of
It was
these symbols?
all
A
really
lot of
abstract.
curves and hard angles.
What?
It's a lot of curves and hard angles. If I had to gesture at a real world language, it is probably closest to Chinese or Japanese, but much like far more angular than either of them.
Okay, gotcha.
With like a handful of like curves and whatnot that are it's all very regular and uniform.
Okay.
It looks I would also say it probably looks a little bit like monotype. The ones that you've seen, the stuff you've seen in the visions. The stuff the ferrets have drawn is not, but the stuff in the visions looks a lot like monotype.
I don't know. It's all really complicated and kind of beyond me, honestly. But I mean, it's really weird, right? I mean, I have this one cousin, out in the countryside that kind of specializes in these like kind of wonky mushrooms that can make you see things. But like, no, he's never told me about anything like this that like is so specific, or that it's doing the same. I've never heard of a mushroom that makes everybody see the same thing. That's a new one.
Yeah, it's not weird. It's the problem. We want to investigate that light over there. We think it leads us anywhere.
The pile of debris isn't
Yeah,
tall enough
I
to get you to the thing. You'd have to climb extra.
I would love to see what that light is. The source of that light, yes.
Yeah,
You
let's
want to
figure
clamber
this
through the
out.
mushrooms
Ever
to get to
since it was described, that's what Dippo wanted to do.
You want to clamber through some mushrooms to get to it?
Can I reuse the cloth that I used to sort of insulate when I was using the hook to sort of cover my mouth, like make a little impromptu face mask?
Sure. I
Okay.
don't know if it's going to help you with that much physical contact.
No, I know. That's true. Um,
We could try burning the mushrooms.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
It's gonna give off a lot of spore smoke stuff. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
well,
there-
if we do that, maybe we can start with small and then go bigger.
Would I have like gloves in my disguise kit that would help with this, with the like physical contact, part of this?
Alternatively, I
Like
do have
mine's
light
gloves?
armor. I assume that would include some sort of glove.
I think it's a jerkin and a shield, but I think it'd be whatever you want, maybe.
Yeah, you probably have gloves. You probably have gloves, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe, since I'm the one with the gloves, I can wade in and try and like cut us a path with my shears.
Ooh.
I don't know that. I like the idea, but this might be kind of like cutting grass with a pair of scissors, and maybe not practical.
They're reasonably they're shears. They're reasonably sized. I think
Okay.
that would work. I think I'm going to ask you to mark usage on the shears.
Sure.
And probably also your armor. But I'll let this happen. If that is what you want to do.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So mark usage on your shears and your armor. As you manage to cut a path through the mushrooms. The light is not warm. It does not feel like sunlight. It just looks like it, and it looks like you can see the sky from above. As you get closer, it looks more and more fake in a way that you can't quite describe until you get close enough to touch it, and it is just a flat plane that deforms a little under your fingers. It's not a window. It's too squishy to be a window.
Well, this is
Squishy.
mildly horrifying.
What?
It's like a sun, but not.
Right?
I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I've never seen anything like this for sure.
You think we could sell it for a lot?
How big is the thing that we are considering pocketing to sell?
It is flush with the wall. Like, it is
Bottom-
part of the wall.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you stab it?
You want me to stab the fake sun? What if it, like, stabs me back?
I was just wondering if you could stab it.
I mean, I can. Doesn't mean I want to.
I'll be a creature, and then don't.
Weird creature.
Maybe it's a giant egg.
This is incredibly silly.
If it ain't gonna make us money, let's just go on. Let's move on.
All right. Well, I mean, path's open. Anybody else who wants to come look at the weird not sun?
Oh, I think the like glowfly I still have from like the first room,
Mhm.
and I put it against it and see if something happens.
It
There are
kinda
two
wriggles-
things that emit light. Yes.
Yeah.
It kind of wriggles in your hand.
It feels like a Monkey Island thing. Like, let's combine glowfly and false sun.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
Voltron combined.
I can't combine these two things.
Oh, it just
You
wiggles a
cannot
bit.
combine these two things. It kind of just wriggles there.
Okay. How is the fly doing, by the way?
Yeah,
Wriggly,
Okay.
wiggly.
squishy.
You know, now that you mention it, I am kind of curious what happens if you let it go. Like, will it just fly all the way back to the other ones? Will it wander around somewhere else? Like, what do these things even want?
I don't know, but I might be able to sell it for something. That's what I think.
I think Brianna's like, who can say? And I think like it releases the fly. See what happens.
It starts randomly flying around the room.
Hmm.
Doop.
It accidentally collides with a patch of mushroom after a minute or so and gets stuck
Oh no.
and stops moving as mycelium begins to grow around it.
No.
What?
And the mushrooms kind of slurp up the fly.
No.
Oh, ooh, that. Well, that was
Well,
educational.
yeah. So don't fall asleep next to these.
Nature can be
Yeah.
cruel sometimes.
Mhm.
The end remarks.
Yeah, LD just like watching this whole thing, like covering his eyes, but then like peeking through between the fingers, not really actually covering.
So that's what the overgrown status is indicating. I see.
Mhm.
Uh-oh.
You got mycelium in you.
Yeah. Can talk to trees. Yeah, let's head out the next door, I think.
Okay, yeah. I agree. Let's be anywhere that isn't here.
Yep. False sun, too many mushrooms. Not fun house at all.
You find yourself in another very large greebled room. This one, unlike the previous room, which was like well lit and had like stuff going on, and you could kind of see all the walls and everything, this one is black. It's not the black of bad lighting, it is the black of all of the walls are black.
Oh.
The
Are we talking like paint black or like scorch mark black
metal
or
black?
metal
Just
black?
metal black. The north and south walls are flat. And since you're near the south wall, you can see that the south wall you can like see and kind of feel that the south wall has a very similar texture to the false sun in the other room, but appears to be completely inactive, like that one.
Oh.
Suspended in the middle of this room. It's about as big as the other room, the other big room. Suspended in the middle of this room by metal poles extending from the ceiling is a massive block of metal. With very dimly glowing symbols on each of its faces that are kind of like just shifting in and out of view very slowly.
Does it look similar to the weirdo orb magic thing that I have?
It's the same color. It's
Oh.
the same set of colors, the same blue, but it's much dimmer, much weaker. The only other thing in this room, besides the walls and the ceiling and everything, is the entrance, which is to the southeast.
Oh, good.
There's an actual. Well, there are two. Sorry, there are two exits. There's one to the south and one to the southeast.
And I'm assuming the
we are
south is the
south.
one we're coming in.
You're
Yeah.
more in the southwest.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'll shift the room. There we go. Easy does it.
Thank you, CaptionBot, for capitalizing Southwest like the airline, because that's definitely what I was talking about.
Okay, so there's this exit and then this exit over here.
Mhm. And that is the only thing in this room. This room is otherwise empty.
Interesting.
Does it seem like the south, the not southeast exit, might lead back to the other room that we did not explore?
Yeah,
From
probably.
Okay, cool. It appears that way on the map, but I wasn't sure if that was that actually
yeah.
seemed to make sense spatially. Okay, cool.
It probably leads to that room from the map you've been drawing. And I'm here to tell you that the map is correct.
Hey,
Nice.
nice. I did make this door a little bit though. It's okay. So that cursed cube in the ceiling.
It's very far out of reach.
Okay. And the gravity is not strange here. It's fine. Okay.
How big is the cube?
Probably the size of a very nice manor for a very rich mouse.
Okay.
Oh,
Holy
that big.
shit, this room is big.
Yeah, too big.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this room is cavernous.
Yeah.
So, and how far above us is this cube manor?
Way out of reach. Like 30. Were you going to say something, City?
Is there any sound in this room? Like,
No. It is
okay.
dead silent.
I think Brienne just uses the stones to tap one of the notes on her xylophone to kind of listen what the response of this room is, like what kind of echo is there or anything.
It echoes very distantly.
Okay.
And it only echoes the once because it's too big.
Yeah.
And the sound is not loud enough.
Okay.
Okay. I think I might have this one. LD is going to walk until he is under the cube.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just going to hold the magic orb up and see if anything happens.
Nothing happens.
Huh. Weird. I this should probably be doing something, right? I mean, they're the same weird thing.
Yeah, maybe throw it.
What if it breaks? I mean, I guess I could throw it.
Mm,
I will say, not every room in this dungeon has stuff to do.
yeah. I feel like we gotta keep our eye on the prize here.
Yeah.
If you want to investigate that, sure, but that orb's probably the most valuable thing we found so far. Be a shame if we don't get to take it back with us.
New question. Do the runes on the cube look like the symbols in all of the weird visions we've been having?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
Spirit runes.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
do we want to see what's in between the two rooms here?
Yeah, that might be a
Or
good idea. If it's safer than a mushroom room, might be better to go
yeah,
back through it.
Yeah.
and if there's like something dangerous, then it doesn't follow us around to a more ambushy place.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
That
Then we'll go
will.
in the middle south room.
I will say, doing that will mark another turn.
Mm.
That's true.
Like, you will get closer to rolling another encounter. And you've been lucky so far, but
Yeah. Could just go for the
That-
far one and then like.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Better to keep our move on. Keep
All
going.
right.
All right, let's go.
like, I'm not going to tell you no. I'm just going to tell you that's going to take time.
Yeah. Southeast, please.
You kind of come out a little bit upwards,
Oh.
a little bit up a wall, a little bit in this next room, which is much smaller. It is much more reasonable size of room than the previous one. About the same size as the first room with the guards in it.
Okay.
I think when you hit the ground, when you touch the ground, you startle the two ferrets in this room. Two different ferrets who are sawing away with their serrated knives at a group of poles to create metal spears out of them.
Oh.
Like, they have a collection of metal rebar spears at their feet. They kind of startle when you startle when you enter, and then notice your pins and like calm down, but they don't get back to work. They're still kind of watching you.
I give a little friendly wave and then gesture for us to continue.
Yeah.
The other exit to this room is directly to the, let's say, to the, where do we have space? To the east. The entrance to this room is directly to the east.
All right.
Yeah.
They kind of look at you. They're very confused.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think we just again, I just motion that we're peaceful, and then just bye.
Yeah.
Continuing on.
Can we?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I
You
mean,
want to do
before,
something?
yeah, I was to say before we go, can we do our little pictogram sketching and ask them what the heck the giant cube is?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
You can ask
Yeah.
whatever you like.
Yeah, because I'm
I
curious
mean,
about
can we
that.
just like point at it?
Yeah, you can ask them. You can You can ask them what what you want. You've already made the will check, so
Yeah.
Two things happen.
Okay.
I like it when two things happen. The ferrets have no idea. It has been here as long as they have. It hasn't done anything. They say it used to be brighter in the past, and now it's gotten dimmer as time went on. Meanwhile, LD, you are briefly seized with panic.
Whoa.
It is the panic of something important in your own body starting to fail. And the frustration at not being able to fix it. And then as quickly as it washes over you, it's gone again.
Okay. I think like while the conversation is happening, like LD just like dips to the side for a second and just like basically starts taking his own pulse to be like figure out if he's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hyperventilating a little bit.
Your heart is pounding, but otherwise you're all right. You feel all right.
Okay.
It's kind of like the dregs of the adrenaline wash away.
I think I noticed them walk over and ask if you're okay.
I don't know. That was I just had like I don't know, like a mini panic attack or something. It didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Well, I gave you a lot of coffee earlier. That could be it.
Yeah, let's go with that explanation. I like that more than anything else.
Yeah, you like that more. You probably like that more than the explanation that you feel is correct, which is that whatever that thing is up there, whatever this room is for, is not working properly and hasn't been for a very long time.
Interesting.
But coffee is probably a more comforting explanation. Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%.
It's the coffee.
Yep.
Must be.
Why are we blaming everything on coffee? The art's great. God.
We have progressed quite a bit. So at this point, I'd like to look at my treasure map and see if there's any of the symbolism that we've come across, either, in a figurative way or in a metaphorical way.
This box is definitely on there.
The what?
This box is probably very literally scribbled down on there.
Okay. All right.
Like an image of it, which is just like a box with a big rune in the middle.
Okay. Well, it seems we're going the right direction.
There are only two symbols left on the map.
Oh.
One is in a rare burst of color. One is this. One is this like cylinder that somebody has wrapped in, like surrounded in jagged blue lines. And the other is a circle with an X in the middle.
Circle with an X in the middle. Okay. Interesting. I'll keep an eye. I'll keep an eye out.
Well, there's the door. Let's go through it.
Oh, right. Yep. Actually, one last thing. We asked them about the lumpy person.
Oh.
Yeah,
sure.
They look a little incredulous and say, "Don't you know?" And just kind of point at your pins. That's what you're here for.
Goddamn ferrets. can't get a straight answer.
You get the sense it's like asking you, like, I don't know, asking you what clothes are. Like, it's obvious. No, it's like, you should know. Everybody knows. Everybody knows what a shirt is. Of course you should know
Right.
what this thing is. That's what you're here for. Like, you're asking what shirts are in a tailor store. In a tailor.
Right.
The only possible reason you're here is because of that. So, like, they assume that they figure that you know.
Okay. LD isn't starting to look lumpy after his
Nope.
mushroom excavation, is he?
Nope.
Walking more on 2 feet.
Like, you're probably glowing just a little bit because, like, there's still some spores stuck in your fur, but
Okay. All right. Well, that's everything I've got for these
Well,
ferrets.
Ellie, do you need to take a rest?
I mean, I'm a little, I'm a little bruised, but I mean, other than that, I think I'm okay.
All right.
I mean,
Okay.
first day at the job, it's been very eventful, but no,
Yeah.
I'm still in one piece.
That's good. Right. East we go. Right. Go through this door.
My friend doesn't like this room, so I've affectionately named it after him. I've named it the Fuck Mercury Room. And he is watching, so he knows what that means. He also helped me build this dungeon, so he knows what that means. It there are 3 exits to this room.
Okay.
All of them you can see easily. There's one straight to the east.
How big is the room?
We'll get there in a second. There's one to the east,
Okay.
one to the northeast, and one to the southeast.
Okay.
You can just draw it about the same size as the other room. The scale doesn't matter so much.
All right.
The good news is that you can see all of these exits. It shouldn't be that hard to get them.
Okay.
The downside is every few seconds, every like 30 seconds, a buzzing noise, a loud buzzing noise fills the room. And a random assortment of panels light up and glow bright blue and crackle with electricity.
On the wall?
It makes your fur stand on end.
On the wall?
On the wall, on the floors.
Oh.
There is no way to get to any of these exits without navigating these panels. They turn on and off at like irregular intervals. And at a glance, it's difficult to figure out any sort of pattern. But they're on the walls and floor. There aren't any on the ceiling, but gravity being gravity, there are no really handholds up there. So you need to figure something out if you wanted to traverse the ceiling.
Are there any obvious like exposed wires going to any of these electrified panels? Or okay,
No. You could try to expose some wires, but that would be an endeavor.
are there any panels that aren't ever
Yes,
like okay,
there's the area right near the entrance where you are is safe. There are a handful of panels in the middle of the room that never turn on. But most of the panels, I'd say about like 85% of the panels are electrified at any given moment. Not any given moment, but like do electrify at some
could
point in
be
the cycle.
yeah.
Is there like enough time to run between them in the like time it takes between the panels?
The
starting
problem
up?
is there isn't a pattern, right?
There's not a
So-
pattern that you can discern immediately just by taking into the room. It would take you some time
Yeah.
to discern
Okay.
another pattern, in which case I would probably roll another encounter for you.
So it's either run and hope for the best, or it's take some time and
Running and hoping
determine.
for the best is probably a deck save with disadvantage. I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah.
But I think that this is a good time to you've all been like playing into it up to this point, but this is a good time to sort of describe one of the design principles of OSR in general, and this one in specific, which is I, as the GM, reward creative solutions and creative uses of items. So right now, it seems like your only two options are to like wait a long time and figure out a pattern to give you a better chance, or to just sprint through and hope for the best. But you can think of something. Give me a good idea. Someone brought up trying to expose some wires. I think it's a different approach. It might require different things, but I think that's an interesting idea.
Okay.
But still, like, is the noise just like a buzzing or something, or is there something else to the noise?
It sounds like bug zappers.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Okay. Well.
Yeah, I'm assuming it is just the sound of high voltage.
Yeah. Shit. Okay.
I will say, as soon as I described the name of this room, my friend messaged me on Discord with indignant rage.
Uh-huh.
So I'm having a great day.
Is there anything on the treasure map that? What about the symbols left? X and.
The blue ink looks shockingly
the-
similar to the blue glow of the panels.
Oh, I thought this was the gravity denotion,
Mm.
like cylinder with stuff around it. Okay. Okay.
If I thought about that, that probably would have been one of the earlier symbols, but in this case, no, it's the panels. I think one of the ferrets kind of like pokes their head in and waves you good luck before like going back to their work.
Thanks, dickhead. Not helpful.
Yeah.
I guess they don't usually come this way. Wait,
It's
is that
fine
why
if you
they're
don't
is that why they're making all these weird metal spears?
I don't know.
Maybe they could also just be like weapons.
Okay. So you say these panels right next to the door never light up? Is that correct?
Yeah, the ones that you're standing on. It provides like
Can
a safe
I-
little island.
Can I take a something leverage, for example, an unlit torch or something, and try and jimmy up the panel up from the ground to see underneath the panel?
Sure, if you tell me what you're using as leverage.
An unlit torch.
That's not gonna fit into. There's no gap large enough for that.
Okay.
I try my dagger.
That would work better. Yeah.
See me failing. Yeah. Good. Thanks. That is probably a little more useful.
Yeah, roll me a strength save. I will note that a failure on this might lose the dagger for you. For what it's worth.
And I'll be very sad.
So yeah, Depot, roll a strength save.
Yeah. Or I can roll it if you'd like.
Oh,
I'll
I
make
assumed
note
you
of
were
it
doing
for
it.
ya. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can do that for you.
Yeah.
Here, let me try this. Nope, that's a fail. My strength is a mere 8.
Mm-hmm. Oh well.
I think the tip of the dagger just like snaps
Ah.
as you try to put your whole weight on it. Mark 2 uses on the dagger.
Okay.
You do like lever up like a little hole in the panel, and it shows you that there are some manner of fasteners keeping it down. They look a little bit like weird nails. I don't think mice have invented screws yet.
Grooved nails.
Mhm. I'm curious, when did screws get invented?
I don't know.
Huh, they were invented in the 18th century. Neat. Mice have
How?
not reached that.
No.
Nope.
Okay, so we don't understand the concept of how these screws work.
I mean, it's probably not hard to figure out by looking at them.
Okay.
Like, the issue with the invention of screws is less like it's difficult to conceive of a screw. Like, we've had like screw-like objects. It's just, you know, it requires a specific
Okay.
level of
How
being able to machine metal.
how big are these screws compared to little mouse me?
Not very.
Good
They're about the size
question.
of nails.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, can I just like use the tip of like my shears as an impromptu screwdriver?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
That
just
doesn't
do
make it hard.
that. Yeah, do that and get this panel popped up.
I will ask you to mark another usage on your shear. On your shears for that, though.
No.
Just put a wear on the shears and like dulling them a little bit to do this.
Mhm.
Yeah, you open it up. Beneath it is a series of pipes and wiring. The pipes are damp and like leaking what appears to be water. And the wiring looks very similar to the coil that you saw in the first room, but this has like a very strange colored substance surrounding it.
Is there big enough room to crawl underneath the panels?
Thinking.
I mean, we are mice. We just need to fit the skull through. Then the rest is fine.
Yeah. Yes, except for Avago.
Yeah, that's the fuck.
Yeah, I'm big.
Yeah.
I'm chunky.
Yeah. But you got a great nose.
Could
Yeah.
we like?
I can run real fast. Wait, actually, I can run real fast though. I'm
Ooh.
fun fact, like relative to their size, elephant shrews or sengi are some of the fastest animals there are, but only
think-
relative to
Oh.
their size.
I think that is going to be. I think that is accurately conveyed by your 10 dexterity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can try running across real fast and hoping for the best.
Oh.
You could also like smash.
Then you should have the ball with you.
Sure.
Could
I
also
don't
like.
have any coffee left.
Sydney.
Yeah, we could also like smash the pipe and like try to short the panels, but like like flood it and like try to short it. You know.
It looks like it might already be what's happening. Maybe.
Well, if it was shorted, it would also fuck up the power supply. Also, this isn't really how real electronics work because you can't really get electrocuted by standing on a single panel. But yeah,
Don't worry about it.
yeah.
Can we? Okay. Here's the thing. I want to make as easy a path for Avago as possible. So I'd like to try and figure out if we can crawl underneath and essentially detach panels in a straight line to one of the doors. Or will that electrocute us?
I was about to say there are two issues with that. One,
Yeah.
it's really hard to undo screws when you're under them.
No, I meant they are probably connected by some like wires and stuff, right?
Two, that is a very good way to shock yourself, yes.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
I will not say no. I will
No.
say there is a good chance that someone gets hurt.
Yeah.
If you want to make it easier, you do have a cool magic orb.
Yeah. We do.
This is true.
I mean, but I feel bad giving that to Avago and hoping for the best. for Avago for them.
Well, you kind of did that to LD, and look how that went.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, ultimately, it's up to you, Waga. We
Yep.
can
I mean,
we can take a beat and try and figure out the pattern here. We can crawl and run in equal measure.
yeah, I think probably the safest. Well, I mean, safest thing for it would be if I just stayed here and waited, but I ain't doing that. So
Well,
let's get.
there is one thing I am actually a little bit curious
Yeah.
about before we make our sprint through this room. When we're looking under these panels, are all these pipes and wires leading like beyond this room?
Ooh, to some
Sorry,
kind of
Is there
central
any
one more
particular?
time
thing.
for me.
So all of these wires and pipes that are under the floor, are they like leading to like other rooms? Are they like going or coming to, like to or from a particular place?
Yes, but they're kind of going all around. Um, the vast majority of them seem concentrated under these panels, to some extent.
Hmm.
Um, when they reach the walls, they sort of like there is no like underlying um, maintenance corridors, if that's what you're asking.
Gotcha. Okay.
They just kind of vanish into the metal of the walls. It seems like the reason that there's kind of an underlying area under these is because the quantity of electronics that were needed when this place was in working operation necessitated that. But not in the rest of the area. The rest of the areas seem a little bit more solid. But they do seem to be sort of like gathering from the 3 rooms ahead of you to the room behind you.
Okay. But there wasn't anything interesting in the room with the ferrets, right?
Not right now. There might have been in the past, in the
Ah,
distant
right.
past. Like this thing
Yeah.
is old.
Mhm.
Might have
Yeah,
been in the past, might keep going even further into the giant cube room.
yeah, exactly. Okay. So my worry is if you don't make it, Amago, you'll just keep getting electrocuted over and over again, and
Well,
there's
yeah.
no.
If I'm already dead, then does it matter if I'm more dead?
Well, I don't want you to die.
Yeah, me neither. But I'm not gonna hang back here and wait like the guide did.
No, we can all be better than the
Well,
guide.
well, we do have access to these wires if we want to start trying to tear them up or something.
Yeah, I'm worried that will electrocute us just as bad.
That is true. I'm happy to make the run, but I don't know. Up to y'all.
Well, for lack of a better idea, I mean, this is the best we've come up with so far. At least
Uh-huh.
gets 3 of us across safely, right?
Yeah. How's this? Actually, no. I've got the idea. Here's what we're gonna do. 3 of you go on ahead. Go start investigating next room. There's 3 of them. May one of them's got the treasure, may one of them doesn't. Y'all can start investigating. I'll see if I can figure out a pattern here. And if I can, maybe by the time you're done figuring out which room we should go to next, I'll have figured out how to get across this one safe.
Right.
This
And if there's trouble, parrots are nearby. You can hide behind them.
do
Yep,
we
will do.
do we each want to try a different door? That way, we at least know
Yeah.
which door to get Avago to run towards if it comes to it, or
Right.
Yeah, what's an even better idea than splitting the party? Splitting the party up in four ways.
Right.
Yeah, nothing can go wrong.
Right. I'll go for the center one.
I'll go left. North.
I guess that
East.
means
Yeah.
I'm going right.
All right. Good luck, everyone. And
All right.
start squeezing
To
through.
your,
Yeah.
to your positions, prepare to
I-
turn your keys.
I assume Avago is being gifted the magic orb.
Yes, if they need to run, then they need
yeah,
it
we're good
more.
with that.
Then you need to do a little bit of an inventory swappity.
Yeah, I'll give who had the
I did.
LD, you had it before. I give you my empty flask of coffee. So hang on to that for me.
Cool.
Right. Squeeze it on by.
Avago, please roll me a deck. Please
I
activate
would
the
like
orb.
to wait first, actually, while I'm gonna wait and see if I can discern a pattern while the others explore the other rooms, because that's all gonna take a turn. So
Mm-hmm.
same amount
Sure.
of time for us to do all of those things.
Then let's talk about the other rooms, I guess. It's not. If you want to explore the rooms, that's different than poking your head in and reporting back.
Yeah, I think the idea is just cracking open the
Again.
door and seeing
Yes.
what's in there.
Okay.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
In which case, it doesn't take long to get to the side of the rooms. You're relatively safe. There were probably a couple close calls where some fur got scorched, but
Mm.
it's not
Hmm.
like you're in no rush.
Okay.
The northernmost room.
Yeah.
The northernmost room is dim and a little bit dank and a little bit smelly, and there is a
Uh-huh.
giant centipede curled around an even larger flask.
Even larger what?
Cask, I should say.
Cask. Okay.
There's a large cask of something, and there is a giant centipede curled around it.
Oh, fuck.
Centipedes are not friendly. Centipedes are hungry. It does not notice you because, again, you just poked your head in. But that is the immediate thing that you notice in that room.
Okay.
I'm not telling you what the exits are because you aren't taking that kind of look around. The next room is a vertical slope with more of these zapper panels concentrated at the far end of the room.
Great.
And the third room has a much smaller centipede crawling around on the walls and is brightly lit.
On the wall?
It is brightly lit. There is a centipede crawling, a smaller but still significantly sized centipede on the wall. It is brightly lit, and there appears to be like strange glass debris on the floor.
Okay.
And those are the three rooms. As you poke your head in. Again, the centipedes don't see you when you poke your heads in. They will, however, probably notice you when you actually enter those rooms properly.
Okay.
Okay. Quietly close the door again, then.
Yes. Yeah. Same. Mine didn't seem so bad. Well, we didn't notice. No, we didn't see the access because we're just taking a peek.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, mine had a big creepy crawly.
Oh yeah. Seemed nice.
No, not nice at all.
Mine
Well,
is as
that's just
well.
because you haven't made your acquaintance yet.
Yeah. Mine did as well. Was like wrapped around a cask of some sort.
Oh. Well, so Beastie or more Zappies?
More specifically, Beastie with treasure, Beastie, or Zappy.
Well, we do have a giant electrofloor if we can bait this beastie over it.
Yeah. Wait, no, don't hurt it.
The Beastie's gonna. Depot knows the Beastie's
Is
gonna
it-
want to kill you.
Is it a friendly beastie? Do you think you could like negotiate with it?
Well, I think most beasties are friendly, but I can be convinced this one's not. Did it seem like it had specialized in killing?
It's very large.
Very large?
Yes. Harry.
2 mice? 3 mice large? Ferret size?
Like 6.
Oh! Oh.
The other one's about 4.
Well, I'll say, okay, on the off chance that it's not friendly. Yeah, all right. I think we're in so deep that luring them into something that's dangerous is probably okay. I'm okay with that. At this point, I just don't want to die.
Yeah. I think.
Meanwhile, Afago is sitting
Yeah.
lonely on the other side of the room, not able to participate in the conversation.
Yeah. Am I noticing any
studying.
pattern though?
Yeah.
If you wanted to try and notice a pattern, it would take
Yes.
you 3 turns.
Oh, it
3
takes
turns.
3
Oh my
turns.
god.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
just straight up roll an encounter.
Okay. Can I roll to discern a pattern faster than 3 turns? Or is it impossible?
Yes, but then there might be consequences.
That's fine.
The consequences may involve you getting severely injured when you get it wrong.
Uh-huh. Right, yeah. Well, you know, I if I can't figure it out, I can continue to sit here if I'm not confident in my discernment.
I think mechanically what will happen is if you try to figure it out faster, this will play out exactly the same as if you just tried to rush across blindly.
Uh-huh.
Which is to say, a dex save at disadvantage.
Right. The disadvantage part is the part I don't like. It's like
It would be
if I can
canceled out
sort
by
of
the
get
it would be canceled out by the orb, but that's about it.
Yeah. That's risky.
Mhm.
Well, okay. Let's do this. Well, I don't hear any of this conversation happening actually, so I don't know what's going on. Actually, you know, never mind. I'm just gonna keep sitting here waiting, trying to figure out a pattern. But for now,
So
Should we go back and report our findings?
yeah, we should definitely let Amalga know before Beastie come charging out.
Yeah.
Could we just shout it across?
Maybe. But in any case, we'll crawl back to Amalga, I think, is the decision, no matter what we decide after that.
Yeah. If you relay all of this to me, I'd
Yeah.
say let's go for the treasure. Let's lure that centipede out. What I can do is you can open the door and maybe we can try and like throw something at it from across the panels and get it to walk across the panels. Great idea. Let's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
I have a
Yeah.
sling.
Yeah, you had this.
I have a sling and also a xylophone, so I am very good at like mirroring it.
Great.
Good.
And I can keep its attention on me. I'll be the target. If
You'll
it
be the
manages
bait.
to make it across, I'll try and find it.
Okay.
Okay, who's opening the door?
Um,
I'll do it.
Alrighty.
Right. So we have a. Wait, we don't have a job for LD. Oh wait, we. No,
LD can
we
off
don't.
tank. It's fine.
Start kiting, please.
Sure.
Right, LD, you pick up any slack, and
So you're going
Yeah,
to the north room.
LD's got a sword and shield for if this gets hairy and turns into
Yeah.
a melee.
Hey,
Yeah.
you have half an hour left.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Alrighty.
let's go. Crawl under the
So-
panels.
So you're going to the north room?
Yes.
Let's
And
briefly
I'm
go
gonna
that.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
are you
light
leaving?
a torch. I'm not gonna leap. I'm gonna light a torch and try and be prepared to wave it around to try and draw the thing's attention.
Cool. Let's talk about combat real quick. Everybody make a deck save.
Great, okay.
Huh?
You make a deck save to decide if you're going before or after the enemy.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Um,
I was worried for a second.
success means you go before the enemy. Failure means you go after.
Okay,
Oh my
I
god.
failed.
I actually succeeded.
Oh yeah.
Vargo,
Hey,
you
so did
haven't-
I.
Yeah, Vargo hadn't activated the spell yet, so it doesn't have advantage yet. So who succeeded?
I think everybody but me.
Yes.
Cool. So the three of you go first, then the centipede. You can go in any order you want. Briefly, the way combat works is that attacks just hit. When you do an attack, you roll for damage. Same goes for the enemy.
Well, we're not
Damage
playing
goes
to
to
get.
HP. Damage
we're
goes
not
to
playing
HP
to-
first, then it goes to strength. Once you're out of HP, you can start taking critical damage, which might kill you.
Okay. We're not planning to fight it. We're planning for it to be electrocuted. Hopefully. But yes, cool.
It might need a little more encouragement before it actually goes down, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Also does have 3 tasty morsels right in front of it. So that's gonna be, you're gonna have to make a vodka very interesting.
What do you mean? What?
The 3 of you.
No. I'm
Well,
the only one at the
yeah.
door.
Well, that's gonna try you. What do you
Well,
do?
I'm gonna go under the panels. It's too big to be on the.
Yeah, I think what so like the idea of like what we're doing here is like
No,
Dippo.
I get the idea.
Okay.
I roughly understand. I was just I hadn't quite parsed where everybody was standing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other three of us I think are back on the safe platform on the far side.
Yeah. So when I open the door, with the sling into it, and then I think Avago will take over and sort of like, I did it, you many-legged freak, and
Oh man, I don't know how interested the centipede is here.
Well, if I don't need to roll to hit, I'm just gonna throw my dagger into its side and just stab it.
That's different.
Uh-huh.
That's
I mean, we were also slinging
that's
ammunition at it.
not going to do a lot of damage. Which is to say, it's probably going to do which is to say it's not going to do very much damage at all, because like that's not how daggers are supposed to be used, right?
Will
We
it get
do
its
have a
attention?
sling.
Yeah,
That is true.
that's the goal.
Like you have a sling. The sling is probably better.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Like
okay.
when you throw your dagger, that attack is impaired at best. Like frankly, this
Okay.
room is large enough, and I don't even know if you could throw a dagger that far.
Yeah.
It is
probably
pretty
not.
far. That was
But
my worry. Yeah.
At best, the attack would be impaired, which means you only roll a d4 of damage, which might not even be enough to get it to care.
Okay.
I like the
But
sling.
you do have a sling, which would probably be a better idea.
Okay.
But I'm
Well-
the person acting lost, so.
So what are the other two of you doing? In
I mean,
the
if it's not gonna come after us, we can just wait. It's fine. The sling starts us off.
I open the door and then someone not someone.
Okay.
Yeah.
It probably comes up. It probably comes up to the door to
Ren.
investigate.
Open the door
Um,
and
but
then
yeah, roll me some damage for the sling.
Okay. It's a d6, so just roll something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's a 3.
hey.
It sort of pings off the armor, like it pings off the centipede's armor and leaves like a scuff mark. It chitters at you, looks at the panels, and like backs into the room more.
Mm.
It knows them.
It has been living here longer than you have.
Yeah, I was worried about this.
Hmm.
Back to the top of the round.
We could,
Yeah.
Do we want to keep
I-
trying to sling it, or?
Like at some point, it's going to just kind of like it has plenty of space to hide in that room from the
Yeah.
sling.
Yeah.
I present rations. Hold them over my head. Ooh, look at these. Yummy, yummy.
The centipede is supremely uninterested in your trail food.
It does not care for mouse cuisine.
I think if it's not interested in potentially, like, this is a big centipede. It is
Yeah.
this big for a reason because it has survived this long. You would need some very strong motivation to get it into these panels.
Yeah.
I think you're barking up the right tree with trying to aggravate it.
Yeah.
I don't know how effectively you're going to be able to do that from the other side of the room.
Well, from the other side, it will get fried or it will get eaten. So,
I have a bad suggestion.
I have a great
Yes,
suggestion.
I love
What's up?
those.
And I don't know if this will be possible at all, but what if, like, because Depot is standing near it.
Yeah. Yes.
Depot said that is not what I was told. Depot said he was diving back into the tunnels.
Yeah,
That's not
but
standing near
like,
the centipede.
it's near there at least. You know, like
Nearer.
yeah, or at least grab that out. But anyway, my idea was more like, what if we, regardless of how we do it, what if we get someone at that side of the room to aggravate it, and then use the like orb thing to like run across the panels, you know, and hope it follows.
That is incredibly dangerous for several reasons.
Oh my
That's why I
God.
said it was a bad
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah, let's just have one person fight the centipede instead of 4 people. This is a good idea.
Well, it's
Yeah.
you're not fighting it; you're trying to lure it.
Yeah.
By aggravated, I mean like do damage to it until it decides that you're enough of a problem.
Yeah.
Like that is the most straightforward way to aggravate it, at least. Like if you can think of something else, sure. But the most straightforward,
Can
the most
we-
straightforward way is just to like punch it a lot until it decides that you're too much of a problem to ignore.
Can we smoke it out with torches?
Ooh, I think it's a
Whoa,
big
that's
room
a good
though.
idea.
It's a reasonably big room. Torches don't produce a lot of smoke.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I start playing the most annoying song on my phone xylophone?
I don't know if it would care. I think, you know what? I think, yeah, sure, give it a try. Roll me contested will with this centipede. I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
You're looking to roll lower than the centipede.
Okay. So I get 2d20 done.
Yes, let me just briefly. Yes. So yeah, just roll me the It'll be will be well. What? I have good news and bad news.
Okay.
The good news is that the centipede is going to come after you. The bad news is that centipedes can crawl along ceilings,
Yeah, I was worried about this.
which
Rip.
is previously established as panel free.
Yes, okay. Well,
I was.
Okay, new
If
plan.
you are so, here's the thing: if you're doing this and waiting for the centipede to react, Cindy goes after the centipede. So now it is the centipede's turn, which means the centipede is going to move and try to attack Cindy.
but it would have to crawl over the walls to get to the ceiling, right?
It just crawl up the door, like right up the door.
Okay, but there's
Yeah.
no panels above the door. Then.
There are no panels like directly around any of the doors, like
Okay.
we talked about, like the area directly
Yeah.
around. The doors
Oh,
is
okay,
safe.
yeah. So also the wall around it, yeah. Okay.
So yes, it's going to try to attack Sydney. Cindy, I keep calling you Sydney. I'm very sorry. It's going to go for Brienne. Centipede, my beloved. Centipede, my beloved. Is going
Very
to do
hungry.
a normal amount of damage to you, which is today 3 damage to you, as
Okay.
it's and because of the way HP is abstracted in Novasar, this doesn't hit you. I think it does take a chunk out of your clothing though, and tear off a piece of your clothing as you dodge out of the way.
Which clothing?
Mice wear clothes.
Okay, but no. Okay, no. Like none of my items are okay.
No.
Okay.
Gotta think of the disguise kit. Yeah.
Yeah, the way HP works is it's less like physical tolerance for damage and more like ability to like get out of the way or deflect blows.
Okay.
So it whiffs and gets a chunk of your clothing for 3 damage, so your HP goes down to 3.
Okay.
And now there's a centipede on the wall above all of you. But now it's the top of the order. So everybody except for Brienne, what are you doing?
I shout run, and I expect y'all to get under the panels, and I am going to run across the panels after all to try and get
Oh.
With the orb?
where am I gonna go? Yeah, with the orb. I've got the orb. I'm now thinking, yeah, that's probably best. Yeah.
The North
yeah,
Room doesn't have a centipede in it anymore.
Yeah, the North Room does not have a centipede in it. That's what I'm doing. I'm brash. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So you'll go first. Roll me that dex check. Roll me that
Okay,
dex
cool.
save.
And
No advantage or
that's
disadvantage.
right, because I'm activating the orb.
Straight roll.
I'll
Before you
put
do,
it-
how many dice are you using to activate the orb? 1 or 2?
What's the difference again?
More dice
between
is
that?
longer. 1 die is
Okay.
1 turn. 2 dice is 2 turns.
I don't feel like I need this for longer, so I'll just do it. I'll just
Okay.
roll it for longer.
Roll a d6 for it.
There's a 1, so it's not
Okay.
a
So
usage,
it's not,
right?
yeah, it's not marked usage. So yeah, now roll the dex
Okay,
check for me.
cool. Okay, cool. Okay, really hope this goes well.
So do I.
Hey!
Hey!
That's a good roll.
Look at that.
Nice.
Look at that.
I think this just looks like you activate the orb and leap over the entire room in a single bound.
No, that's mine. No. Awesome. Little
And
elephant
make it into
shrew.
the other room. LD and Depot, what are you doing?
Well, we
Before
kind of
you
wanted
go
it
this
to
way.
be on the panels, but yeah. Okay.
Brienne also gets a turn. Brienne also gets a turn because Brienne gets to go after the centipede. So yeah, LD, Brienne, and Depot.
Well, the person that knows what they're doing said run, so we're running.
Yeah.
Under the panels, I don't know if you could get across the entire room in a single turn.
We'll start.
That you would be safe from the centipede.
We'll start.
Yeah.
But
That was the instruction. I think Dipper is definitely going towards the centipede room under the panels. Yeah.
Brienne, LD.
I'm very tempted to sling another rock at it, but
It would be either that or get under the panels or
yeah.
get to safety.
Yeah, I'll get under the panels.
Oh, I guess I'll get under the panels. LD.
Yep, under the panels. With
All right.
significantly more enthusiasm.
The centipede kind of climbs down a little bit to look under the panel, climbs back up on the ceiling, and just kind of hangs out and waits for you to emerge.
Oh, so it doesn't care about Vago?
There are 3 of you and 1 of Avago.
Yeah, but I'm big. I'm worth like 3 mice in terms of my
Yeah.
They're a little
Yummy.
bigger. There are 3 of
Yeah.
them. Anyway,
I
what are
I
the
don't
4 of you
know.
doing now?
Yeah, I was saying I don't know how badly I want to convince the DM that this giant centipede should be going back
I don't think
into the
now is
room
the
we
time.
want to
Yes.
Yeah.
occupy.
I don't think now is the time to argue.
Are there
Yeah.
any? So-
Where LD is continuing to try and get to that room.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna
same.
be in that room. I'm gonna do stuff. I'm gonna grab whatever goodies are in.
Can
The only
we?
goodie in
Are there
this
any
room-
exits here?
The only goodie in this room is a large cask of liquor.
No.
It is a 2x2 cask of liquor.
Okay.
If you want to take it, you're going to have to do inventory management, which will open
Yep.
you up getting attacked by a centipede.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Ooh.
There is only one exit to this room. It is directly on the opposite side of the room.
Well, I'll close. Can I close the door? Is there a door here I can close first to be locked in here and not have the centipede be in here at least, so I can do inventory management safely?
You can close
we-
it. You can't lock it, as far as you know.
Okay. And
I
centipede can
will
probably open that.
note you kind of figured the centipede has a way of moving around the facility, given
Yeah.
that it is alive.
Good point. Is there anywhere I could hide in this room?
This is a centipede lair.
Ah, Okay.
In any other room, potentially. In this one specifically, not so much.
But there's another door on the other side of it, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe I just go for the other door and try to get out of here.
Sure, you're
And-
leaving behind the cask.
Yeah. Can
Mhm.
come back for it.
Everybody else?
Well, we are on the panels.
So we're all running into this room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In which case, the centipede's going to go. The centipede is going to try to finish what it started, and it's going to chase down Brienne and give her a nibble.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, that's critical damage.
Ooh.
But it's not critical damage yet, but it does hit your dex. Normally, critical damage hits your strength. This one hits your dex.
Okay.
So your dex goes down to 9, and I
Okay.
need you to make a. I need you to make a. Let me double check. I need you to make a dexterity check, please.
Okay.
A
My
dexterity
dexterity. Okay. Does my
you're
dexterity now count as a 9?
Yes, you're going from your 9, not your 10.
Okay. That's
Woo.
a success.
That's a 4. Yeah, you avoid
Hey.
the critical damage.
Nice.
It's a nasty scratch along your ribs. And as you see the centipede pull away, you see a droplet of venom drip from its fangs.
Oh, shit.
That very narrowly missed going into your bloodstream. So you missed some nastiness there. Any more hits might down you.
Okay.
Because you're out of HP, now you're taking damage directly to dexterity.
Also, my HP goes at 0.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if that both have happened or not, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah, all
Well, we
damage goes to
tried
your HP
to
first, and then to everything else.
run through the room. I think it's the plan.
Yeah, have we like gotten across into the centipede layer yet, or are we still?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
You made
why.
it to the
That's why it
centipede layer,
attacked
which is
us.
why the centipede got to hit you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the centipede is very large and moves.
Is it still in the panel room? Like, can we slam the door and get some breathing room here for a second? Or
Like I said, it probably has a way of moving around the facility. You could probably close it out for a brief moment, but it has a way to get back in.
I mean, that still seems useful unless we're going to turn around and fight it.
Which is to say, no, it wouldn't really help
Mm.
in this particular instance. The next room, maybe not.
Okay.
Avago, you are the only one who gets a chance to actually look at this door because you're the only one who isn't being attacked by a centipede in this room. That door looks a lot more sturdy.
Okay, cool.
Ooh.
And can I just open it?
Yeah, you can just go through.
Yeah, I'm gonna open. I'm gonna say, everyone in, quick. And then I'm gonna try and close it immediately after everyone gets through.
Sure. Brian, you're last in the order. I'm going to ask you to make one more dexterity save for me
Okay.
to make it through before the centipede grabs at you.
That's a fail.
I want to dive in front. I want to. Where's my
Cool.
team
I'll do this damage
moves?
to Depot instead.
Yes, do it. I don't care. That's all my health.
Yeah, it's
No, it's not.
It's not quite all your health, but it is 4 damage.
Hey, Depot's fine.
Is this like you barely deflect it with your hook arm?
Yes, I think
and it like shakes your arms up and down.
Exactly. Like I'm sort of like it's gliding down, but its pincers chunk into me. I only get them out because I have the hook.
I will let you disengage from the centipede safely if you give up your hook arm.
No. No. Oh shit.
If you do, you and your friends will be safe.
Susie, why?
Because I mean,
I think I'll just pat it gently. All right, Susie. That'll do, Susie. That'll do. And I sort of like jam it into a panel thing so that it's sort of like stopping the centipede a bit.
Yeah.
And then
you
leave
make
it.
it through. Avago slams the door shut.
A tear in my eye. Yeah.
There are two other doors beside you, beside the one that you entered in. It seems that this room leads to all 3 of the rooms. In front of you is a large structure, and Avago and LD, you both get a chilling sense of familiarity.
Oh.
LD, for a brief second, it is like seeing your own corpse.
Good.
Avago, your reaction is not nearly as visceral. It is simply the familiarity, because in front of you is a large bipedal figure. It is about the size of a ferret, but it is shaped like a human.
What? Is it lumpy?
None of you have seen a human. You have no idea what a human looks like, but it is shaped like a human. It is dangling from the ceiling on a large metal arm that has been partially overgrown with the colonies of mushrooms. And the body kind of glows gently from the interior with mycelium.
Okay.
It is.
What is it made of?
Let me finish.
Okay, sure.
Let me finish. We'll get there. It is suspended over an altar that the ferrets have erected.
Oh.
The 2 of you who have not experienced very many visions recognize roughly this figure as the figure that they've been kind of drawing for you. And you realize now that the ferrets have assumed that you were pilgrims this entire time.
Yeah.
At the base of the altar are offerings, are large gemstones, large pearls, are flasks and food that has some of which has gone bad, some of which has become provided home for new mushrooms, treasures and the like. The whole thing is guarded by a pair of very startled ferrets, who initially point their spears at you before noticing your pins and kind of like calming down.
Oh, these pins have been a lifesaver.
Yeah, it was genuinely really handy to get those.
Yeah.
And then startle again when the centipede bangs against the door behind you. The biped, the strange biped, is a color you've never seen before. It is a very pure blue, pure even than the mechanics or the mushrooms. It is the blue of the deepest ocean you have ever seen, and it is undeniably dead. These ferrets have been worshipping a dead god. LD, you are suddenly struck with the understanding that this is the creature whose eyes you've been seeing through up to this point. And unbidden, there is a weird sort of like, whether or not it's you don't know. I don't know if it's yours or if it's the creature's, but there is the grief of seeing your own corpse inside of you.
Okay, well, this is miserable. Brianna, are you okay? I think LD is going to try really hard to just distract himself from all of this by seeing to Brienne's injuries.
Okay, no, go on, please.
I think Brianna's just like catching her breath and like, yeah, I'm fine. Like, most of the damage has been cosmetic, you know? Like, she hasn't had that many and heavy injuries, but she's probably like
You're
startled.
bleeding.
Yeah, bleeding and startled, you know? Like,
Yeah, definitely winded. Yeah, this is the final room.
I think I sort of tap Avago. Show him the orb.
Yeah, I want to do a sneaky thing. I want to show them the orb.
Good.
I want to show them the orb. Maybe I don't do this. I want whoever they are. There's two ferrets. There's four of us. They can only be watching so many of us at once. You know, whoever the ferrets are not watching, which is probably not me because I got the orb. I'm gonna say like, hey, can you go and grab a few? You know, you got get some treasure to take back with us. You know, little
Both of
pocket
the
sodas
ferrets are
while we.
pretty excited about the orb.
Yeah.
And I think while you're kind of talking this out, like while this discussion is happening about what to do next, one of them like scrawls on the floor, like with the tip of their spear scrawls on the floor, like, you may take something if you leave something in return.
Oh, okay. Okay. In that case, we don't need to steal and be sneaky about it.
You
I
should
put the
definitely do
magic
that
orb
because
down.
that would be great, and we would be here for the next 20 minutes fighting ferrets.
Yeah, right. Okay, cool. I unload my entire inventory. I'm gonna put down I'm gonna put down the magic orb. I'm gonna give that to them because that was the intended thing that we were the other ferrets wanted. I respect their wishes. I'll let the fly out. And just let roam around this new room now. I'll drop some glowing mushrooms, but I mean, I feel like there's plenty of those in here already. I don't know that really does anything. I'll drop my rations. I don't need the ration. And I I start picking up gems and looking at them, and if they start giving any signs I should not pick up any more gems, then I will stop.
I think instead of letting you pick up gems, they hand you something.
Oh,
Okay.
They hand you something in return, which is what appears to be a mask the size of a mouse. So it's a little smaller than you, but it is about the same size as the things you drop. So it would be size 4 again, 2x2,
Mm.
made of gold with little pearls inset. It is not. It does not resemble a face or a creature you've ever seen. It has some very strange antlers poking out of the top of it, but it is undeniably like worth a decent amount of money.
Great, that's
So,
what I came here for.
does anything happen when the orb hits the altar?
You get a vision.
Oh boy.
Nothing happens in the real world, but you get a vision. You get a final vision. You are on the ground. The falling has already happened. It has been a long time since the fall. You know you're never getting back up. You are alone, and I think that is the biggest emotion, the primary emotional thread through this vision is that you are alone. And you do not know how long you are alone until many, many years ago when the first ferret finds this room and gets to work repairing the clothes on this puppet body of yours, and shows your corpse a little bit of kindness. And then the vision drains away.
All right.
hey.
One of the ferrets asks you what you saw.
Well, it was all rather. Oh, right. I gotta communicate via pictures here.
Don't. We're a little over time.
Sure.
Don't
Yeah.
get cute with it.
I think he'll just he will explain more or less what happened in the vision, and then I guess also add the question of, is this thing actually dead?
They nod. One of them nods and says it didn't used to be, but it is always proper to honor the corpse.
I think LD is skeptical, but keeps that to himself, and respects however they want to handle it.
I think that is where we'll close. Is this last conversation with the ferrets? We'll leave the rest up to imagining. But that was Mausritter.
All right.
That was a very strange
Awesome.
Mausritter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you all had a good time. I hope
Yes.
the people watching had a good
Yeah,
time.
absolutely.
I don't know if we want to go through the handful of donations we got during the stream. There weren't very many. There aren't very many to read out. Do you want to, Cindy?
Sure. What was the last one we got before?
I think the last one would have been the $40 one about Beam Saber spending stressing quirks.
Okay. So we have a $10, a £10 donation from Spanish, a £10 donation from Dismally Oriented, saying paying to dropship smelling salts to the party. Oh, we never
It's fine,
got
we got
those.
coffee.
Damn.
You got the coffee.
We got £10 from IBEX. If I had £5 for every orbiting Jerboa that happened in the tabletop game, I'd have £10. Hopefully things go better for this one. They arguably did. We have £8 from Anonymous, and we have £10 from Rosecrest.
Cool.
So yeah, I'm glad. I hope you all had a good time. It's a shame you didn't get to get crunked on ferret liquor, but you know, they can't all be winners.
Yeah.
And I hope everybody else enjoys the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye.
Good playing, y'all.